Chapter 1343. What a huge origin chi cloud! A voice exclaimed, expressing the thoughts of the disciples. All the disciples of the true sword sect looked up at the first origin chi cloud in the sky. Their eyes widened as they exclaimed in amazement. The nominal disciples at the foot of ancient Beast Mountain all felt it too. They looked on with shock and yearning. They guessed that it might be one of their senior brothers or sisters breaking through. But they didn't know that it was actually the sect leader of the real sword sect who was breaking through. Of course, they only knew that the true sword sect had an additional sect leader, but they didn't know what kind of sect leader it was. It's 9 miles. The origin chi cloud has reached 9 miles. Someone exclaimed. Up until now, none of the core disciples of the true sword sect had reached 9 miles of origin chi clouds. Even before the rebellion, none of the core disciples had reached 9 miles of origin chi clouds. Our sect leader's talent is so high. This exclamation was just the beginning. The 9 miles of origin chi clouds continued to expand. 9 miles of 9. They were stunned. What? They seemed to have turned into wooden dummies. I didn't expect the origin chi cloud to reach 9 miles of 9. The third highest elder and the other two were all stunned. 9 miles of 9 was the limit of origin chi clouds. Since ancient times, very few people had reached it. It was only a legend. Today they saw it with their own eyes. It was a legend. Good. The fifth highest elder's tone was unusually excited. The first origin chi cloud was successfully formed. The origin chi of heaven and earth continued to gather, stirring up the clouds. White origin chi could be seen surging in the sky above ancient Beast Mountain like a long river. The second origin chi cloud also began to form. It's 9 miles of 9 again. Another exclamation was heard. It was said that when some cultivators underwent nirvana, the first origin chi cloud would be the largest. However, the second origin chi cloud might not be the same as the first. It might be smaller. After the second origin chi cloud was formed, the third origin chi cloud began to form. It's 9 miles of 9 again. The fourth origin chi cloud was formed once again. It's 9 miles of 9 again. At this moment, the shock was starting to become a little numb. The fifth origin chi cloud was the same as the previous 4, 9. 5 primordial chi clouds, all 9 miles long, gathered in the sky above the ancient Beast Mountain sect's main hall. They were arranged in 5 different directions, emitting a huge pressure. Rich, primordial chi of heaven and earth was constantly emitted from them, shocking the surroundings. Outside ancient Beast Mountain, people like the Quicksand Gang and the Yangshi family also saw the 5 huge yuan chi clouds. They were all shocked. Who's breaking through? 5 origin energy clouds. He should have broken through to the 5th level of the Nirvana realm. Every origin energy cloud has reached 9 miles. As Su Sha spoke, his tone contained unconcealable shock. In his heart, a figure unconsciously flashed past. A terrifying figure instantly killed 5 Nirvana realm experts with a single sword strike. Furthermore, they also knew that the alchemist sect had been exterminated. 9 yuan chi cloud, what a monster! The usually expressionless first elder's face was filled with shock, and his voice was incomparably hoarse. Su Sha secretly made a decision. Before he had absolute confidence, he would never provoke the real sword sect again. Chu Mu didn't know that his breakthrough had caused a huge deterrence to the Quicksand Gang. This deterrence was even more effective than him personally killing 5 Nirvana realm experts. 5th elder, 7th elder, be careful. Don't let anyone disturb the sect master's breakthrough. The 3rd elder transmitted his voice. If the breakthrough was disturbed, it would be very likely to be interrupted. Once interrupted, the consequences would be severe. Minor injuries would be severe, and major injuries would be fatal. Even if they were lucky and didn't die or get injured, it would still affect their potential. Furthermore, the next breakthrough would be more than 10 times harder. Not to mention that Chu Mu was the sect master of the real sword sect. Even if he was just a disciple with such talent, he deserved the 3 great elders to do their best for him. Fearing that they didn't have enough strength, the 3rd elder even summoned the other 4 great elders who were in seclusion. 9 Li 9 Yuan Qi Cloud. 5. The 4 great elders who just appeared felt an extremely strong fluctuation of primordial qi of heaven and earth and were instantly shocked. The sect master is breaking through. The 5th nirvana. I didn't expect the sect master's talent to be so high. Extreme primordial qi cloud. The rise of our real sword sect is just around the corner. Immediately, the 7 great elders secretly took action. 1 stayed in the main hall of the sect, while the other 6 were scattered around ancient Beast Mountain. On one hand, they tried their best to suppress the fluctuations, and on the other hand, they wanted to prevent accidents from happening. Right now, the real sword sect urgently needed to develop quietly. Some small fights were fine, but no major changes were allowed to happen. The 7 great elders all moved out and tried their best to seal the fluctuations. As the 5 primordial qi clouds spun, it seemed like they were about to turn into a river of primordial qi and fall. They also let out a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, something unexpected happened. It was very bright, but there were countless stars shining in the blue sky. It looked very strange. This phenomenon shocked the 7 great elders. It also made the disciples of the real sword sect cry out in surprise, but they didn't understand what was going on. Heaven and earth phenomenon. Could it be caused by the sect master? The 7 great elders' divine souls conversed, and they were all shocked. It actually caused the stars in daytime. It seems that it's not just the stars in daytime. There's also a starlight tide. As expected, after the stars in daytime appeared, strands of starlight seemed to come from beyond the sky. They flew and gathered into a stream, sweeping in from all directions. The dense starlight flickered with a magnificent light, as if it had turned into a sea of starlight. The stars in daytime was a type of phenomenon, and the starlight tide was an even greater phenomenon that originated from the stars in daytime. The 7 great elders realized that even if they attacked with all their might, they could only suppress the vast fluctuations by a few %. It was still very shocking. They couldn't help but feel a little terrified, afraid that they would attract the attention of an expert that they couldn't defeat. Sure enough, outside the ancient Beast Mountain, a few saint-level cultivators sensed the powerful ripples and came over out of curiosity. The 6 grand elders released their powerful spiritual energy to warn the approaching saint-level cultivators. After weighing the pros and cons, the saint-level experts knew that they were not his opponent, so they retreated. However, before long, an extremely powerful spirit energy swept past and surged over. Even the 7 great elders were no match for it. The 7 great elders' faces changed drastically. The thing that they feared the most had still happened. That tyrannical soul power swept through everything in an unparalleled manner. It surged into the great hall of the sect and headed straight for Chu Mu, as if it wanted to investigate what was going on. After circling around Chu Mu, the divine soul did not do anything malicious. It only glanced at him curiously before quickly leaving. Sensing the departure of the powerful divine soul, the 7 great elders let out a sigh of relief. Their foreheads were covered in cold sweat. If that divine soul had attacked, they wouldn't have been able to block it. Chu Mu would definitely have been destroyed. They felt extremely fortunate. It had to be said that Chu Mu's luck was quite good. He had narrowly escaped death. He originally thought that breaking through in the true sword sect would be very safe. The ancient Beast Mountain was not prosperous, so there were few experts. Moreover, the true sword sect had a great elder, so there was no need to worry. He had never thought that something like this would happen. In fact, the owner of that tyrannical spiritual energy was an expert who was passing by. He had only released his spiritual energy to investigate when he saw the strange phenomenon in the sky. However, that expert was also very lucky. He had no ill intentions. If he had ill intentions and attacked Chu Mu, Bai Ling, who was in the true sword sect's spiritual seal, would not have let him go. Chu Mu had no idea about this. He was fully focused on breaking through, preparing to reconstruct his dantian and body. With the help of his powerful divine sense, he began to reconstruct his dantian. Above him, countless starlight gathered, shattering the 5 heaven and earth origin chi clouds. The starlight merged with the heaven and earth origin chi clouds, forming a huge nebula vortex more than 100 miles wide. It's huge. It's amazing. This was the first time they had seen such a breakthrough phenomenon. Everyone was shocked and exclaimed. The huge nebula vortex, the heaven and earth origin chi, mixed with the power of the starlight, poured down like a rotating pillar to the sky. Powerful and pure energy poured into Chu Mu's shattered flesh and dantian. His dantian began to rapidly reconstruct. The wood aspect origin also absorbed the power of the starlight origin chi and continued to grow. It also fed back a powerful vitality into the reconstructed dantian, increasing the vitality of his dantian. Even if his dantian was injured in the future, it would be able to heal faster. Not long after, an even more powerful dantian full of vitality was reconstructed. Next, it was time to reconstruct his internal organs. Step by step, he would reconstruct his body from the inside out. This was a process that required caution and could not be rushed. This was the 5th nirvana, so Chu Mu was familiar with the process. An even more powerful body from the inside out was being reconstructed bit by bit under the power of Chu Mu's divine sense. The nebula vortex, which was 100 miles wide, quickly shrank and finally disappeared without a trace. The blue sky was still the same, as if everything that had happened before was just an illusion. However, everyone knew that it wasn't an illusion. Therefore, each and every one of them was still immersed in shock, unable to extricate themselves. Yet, the image of sect master Chu Mu was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. Unknowingly, everyone's respect for Chu Mu had risen beyond imagination. All of this was the effect of Chu Mu's breakthrough in the sect. He was unaware of it. After his body was reconstructed, Chu Mu did not leave the spiritual pool. Instead, he continued to cultivate in the spiritual pool. The spiritual pool water still contained a lot of spiritual chi, which could be used to consolidate his cultivation after his breakthrough and improve it as much as possible. 2 days later, the spiritual chi of the spiritual pool water was completely absorbed by Chu Mu. Not only did Chu Mu consolidate his cultivation, but he also raised his chi cultivation to the middle of the 5th sky of Nirvana realm. Chapter 1344. This breakthrough, including the time spent consolidating his cultivation, took a total of 7 days. Chu Mu's cultivation had undergone a huge breakthrough, rising from the early stage of the 4th heaven of Nirvana stage to the middle stage of the 5th heaven of Nirvana stage. The side effect was that the entire True Sword sect was sincerely convinced by him, the new sect master. This was something that Chu Mu did not expect. With a huge breakthrough in his cultivation, Chu Mu saw the enormous use of the spirit pool. Unfortunately, every time he used the spirit pool, it consumed too much energy. Although he was the sect master, he couldn't wantonly use the sect's resources to satisfy his needs. He had to think of the sect more. After putting away the spirit pool, Chu Mu patrolled around the sect and also headed towards the sword crafting valley to see how to forge the sword. After that, he even personally called the disciples of the sword crafting valley and some of the sword forging techniques and so on, causing the disciples to be extremely shocked. Too powerful. So not only is our sect master talented and powerful, he also has such profound attainments in sword forging. The disciples of the sword crafting valley all turned their admiration and reverence towards Chu Mu, like a torrential river, like a towering mountain that was unfathomable. The disciples of the sword crafting valley were the best at forging swords, and what they were most proud of was also the art of forging swords. Their cultivation was profound and powerful, and they could obtain their respect, but they could not obtain their admiration. This was also human nature, and only by suppressing the other party in the path that they were most proficient in and proud of would they be able to make them admire and respect them. This was another unintentional move that had an unexpected effect. Chu Mu's mind stirred, and after leaving the sword crafting valley, he headed towards the treasure pill pavilion. First, Chu Mu observed how the disciples concocted pills. When he discovered that the disciples' pill concocting skills were rather ordinary or even crude, Chu Mu gave them some pointers. Furthermore, he personally concocted a cauldron of pills in front of the treasure pill pavilion disciples. As he concocted pills, he skillfully explained and taught them pill concocting skills and so on. After leaving the treasure pill pavilion, Chu Mu's image in the hearts of the treasure pill pavilion's disciples was infinitely high. Very soon, the disciples of the true sword sect all learned that not only was their sect master incredibly talented and powerful, but he was also skilled in sword forging and alchemy. He was so talented that the disciples secretly called him the unparalleled divine sect. This represented the unique status Chu Mu held in the hearts of the disciples. After patrolling the area, he headed to the sect master's private cultivation room. He took out the sword sect spirit seal and entered it once more. The white-clothed swordsman from the first test started fighting again. Compared to before, Chu Mu's swordsmanship had improved a little. He was even more tyrannical. In the fierce battle with the white-robed sword artist, the latter's swordsmanship was still as light and graceful as before. Each of his sword strikes were light but incomparably tyrannical. Chu Mu did not dare to face them head-on. With a chi sound, the sword light was peerless, and Chu Mu was defeated once again. Although he was defeated, Chu Mu was not dispirited in the slightest. That was because he had improved every time. If he lost, he would regain his composure, adjust himself, and fight again. In one day, Chu Mu had fought more than 10 times. In 5 days, after nearly 100 battles, Chu Mu realized that he seemed to have reached a bottleneck. No matter how many times he fought, he was unable to level up. He simply came out of seclusion, patrolled the area, and then headed towards the sword crafting valley. After Chu Mu's guidance a few days ago, a few disciples' attainments in sword forging had improved slightly. After making a trip to the treasure pill pavilion, he went to the mountains to enjoy the scenery. The wind blew the leaves, the clouds moved, and he relaxed his body and mind, forgetting about all kinds of cultivation. At some point in time, Zhang Xian's interest was piqued. He stretched out his hand, and a flexible branch flew into his hand. Holding it in his right hand, he flicked his wrist, and with a buzz, the branch suddenly straightened. Vaguely, there was a sharp glint in it. The branch was like a sword, dancing in Chu Mu's hands. Whether it was stabbing, chopping, or sweeping, the soft branches were like fine steel. The power of each sword strike was astonishing, and the sound of wind breaking could be heard. Chu Mu did not use any sword energy, nor did he inject any sword energy into it. He only used his sword technique. The soft branch seemed to have no weight at all and was extremely light. Suddenly, he slashed out with his sword, causing the sound of thunder to explode and the sound of the wind to surge. Unknowingly, Chu Mu seemed to have returned to the time when he was fighting with the white-clothed swordsman. With a paw sound, the soft branch could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered. Chu Mu also stopped. Scene after scene of enlightenment flashed through his mind. Vaguely, Chu Mu seemed to have caught a glimpse of a flash of inspiration. He was calm and focused, neither arrogant nor impatient. The mountain breeze blew and time passed. Unknowingly, Chu Mu had been standing in place for a long time. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. They were as sharp as swords as they cut through the sky, leaving behind an astonishing sharpness in the air. A feeling of complete comprehension surged into his heart and lingered around him. I understand now. The Tao is divided into two extremes. The light to the extreme is heavy. Xiao Chun muttered with an indescribable excitement and agitation in his voice. After a moment of enlightenment, Chu Mu quickly left and entered the secret room for seclusion once more, entering the sword sect's spiritual seal once more. Sword, come. Xiao Chun clenched his hand, and a sword appeared out of thin air. He slashed out with his sword. It was as light as a feather, like the branches of a willow swaying in the wind. However, it contained a unique charm that it did not possess before. The white-clothed swordsman also slashed out with his sword. It was still as light and graceful as before. With a paw sound, the seemingly light and graceful sword collided with the white-clothed swordsman's sword. However, the instant it collided with the white-clothed swordsman's sword, an unimaginable power erupted. It was as if it was not a light and graceful sword, but an incomparably heavy pillar. For the first time, Chu Mu did not fall into a disadvantage when the two swords clashed head-on. This was a good start. Without any hesitation, Xiao Chen slashed out with his sword again. After comprehending the two extremes of the Tao, Chu Mu's sword mastery increased once again. From Deshang's one with the sword, it directly increased to perfection. In an intense battle with the white-clothed swordsman, they were evenly matched. Without being suppressed, Chu Mu could now divert some of his attention to study his opponent's sword art and think of a countermeasure. The sword moved in a circle, circling in front of Xiao Chen. It was like a circle with no beginning and no end. The light and graceful sword aura contained a shockingly heavy power. The white-clothed swordsman's sword was sucked into the circle, unable to unleash its full power. Suddenly, the sword light flashed and was pulled out of the circle. It was like a sword being pulled out of its scabbard. The terrifying sharpness was unparalleled. The sword evolved to the extreme, like lightning. With a slight poochie sound, the white-clothed swordsman did not have time to dodge. Chu Mu's shocking sword pierced through his throat, killing him instantly. The white-clothed swordsman disappeared. In the vast expanse of whiteness, the scenery changed. In front of Xiao Chen, a throne appeared. On the throne, there was a tall figure in a purple-gold dragon robe. He was majestic and domineering. His aura was like that of an emperor who ruled over the world. His gaze was cold and arrogant, looking down on Xiao Chen as if he was looking at an ant. Not bad. You can pass the second trial. However, the second trial will be your end, the purple-gold robe man said. His voice carried an inexplicable pressure, making Chu Mu feel like he was a subject. Pulling out the purple-gold sword beside the throne, the emperor stood up. His powerful and domineering aura surged out, subduing the enemy without even fighting. Step by step, the emperor's aura continued to increase. When he got close to Chu Mu, he raised the purple-gold sword and slashed down. Different from the white-clothed swordsman's lightness, this sword was direct and simple. However, it contained the emperor's domineering aura. It was as if the world would submit under the sword. A sharp light flashed in Chu Mu's eyes. He didn't dodge. The sword in his hand transformed into a beam of light and slashed out. The emperor's purple-gold sword was unleashed. Under the heavens, all the land belonged to the emperor. The emperor's sword was extremely domineering. Those who didn't submit would die. Chu Mu's sword seemed to be beyond the mortal world. It wasn't bound by etiquette. It was free and unrestrained. Xiao Chen dodged again and again, clashed again and again. The emperor's purple-gold sword was extremely domineering. Every move was simple, but the aura it contained made it hard for others to resist. If it was a swordsman who wasn't as good as Chu Mu, facing this emperor, he wouldn't even need to use his sword. Just the emperor's aura alone would be enough to suppress his opponent. Chu Mu's sword mastery increased. He was evenly matched with the emperor. After fighting for a long time, the emperor let out a roar. It was as if he was enraged. His aura increased tremendously as he slashed out with his sword. When the emperor was angry, millions of corpses would fall. This sword and this move were the essence of the emperor's sword skills. Chumu was shocked. He realized that he couldn't dodge this sword. Everything around him was under the control of the emperor's sword. It was as if the emperor's subordinates had to accept the emperor's judgment. He took it head-on. With a boom, the sword shook violently. It couldn't block the attack and was broken apart. The power didn't decrease at all. Kill. Chumu's vision turned black. Intense pain spread throughout his body. He knew that he was going to be killed. The emperor's last sword was too powerful. It couldn't be blocked. Chumu wasn't depressed. Just like before, he was able to defeat the white-clothed swordsman. After that, he would be able to defeat the emperor. Although he defeated the white-clothed swordsman, there were still things that he could learn from the white-clothed swordsman's sword skills. After that, he went back to the battle with the emperor. After that, he started to practice his sword skills. As expected, his sword skills improved. After practicing a few times, he entered the sword sect spiritual seal again and fought with the emperor again. The purple gold emperor's final attack was executed and Chumu was killed once again. Chumu knew that if he couldn't break the emperor's last sword, it would be useless no matter how many times he fought with the emperor. After coming out of seclusion, nothing big happened in the real sword sect. On the contrary, all the disciples were working hard in their cultivation. It was like a raging fire. Chumu started to think about whether he should hold a sect competition to further stimulate the disciples' passion for cultivation. It would make cultivation more meaningful and meaningful. After thinking for a while, Chumu felt that it was a good idea. He immediately summoned Elder Yunfeng and Elder Yun and told them about his idea. When Elder Yunfeng and Elder Yun heard it, they started to think. Speaking of which, our sword sect hasn't held a sect competition for many years. Looking at the current situation, we can indeed hold one. Yunfeng said, "Sect leader's idea is feasible." Yunhe thought for a while and said with certainty. Since they felt that it was feasible, the three of them started to discuss when to hold it, how to hold it, the rewards, and so on. Chapter 1345. Chumu and Elder Yunfeng and Elder Yun carried out a simple discussion. After constructing a complete framework for the sect great competition, Chumu became a hands-off shopkeeper and handed over the details of the sect great competition to Elder Yunfeng and Elder He to handle. As for Chumu himself, he was wholeheartedly comprehending the sword art. He was trying his best to decipher the Emperor of Purple Gold's ultimate move. Only by deciphering that move would he be able to resist or even defeat the Emperor of Purple Gold. Apart from cultivating, Chumu had some free time to organize his collection. He planned to take out some of his personal treasures as rewards for the intersect tournament. When he was organizing his collection, Chumu once again looked at the crystal coffin and the person inside. She was still in a deep sleep. In fact, Chumu didn't know whether she was still alive or not. He couldn't open the crystal coffin either. He took out another piece of paper. It was an incomplete secret manual that he had won previously. There was only one move on it, and it was called the Eternal Sword Force. Chumu had tried to comprehend the Eternal Sword Force before, but he didn't get anything out of it. It was too profound, or maybe he didn't find the right path. Now that he was reading it again, Chumu didn't expect to be able to comprehend anything. Unexpectedly, after reading it once, he suddenly had a strange feeling. It was as if he understood a little bit. This discovery surprised Chumu, and he quickly focused on reading it. He read it over and over again, comprehending it over and over again. Gradually, Chumu's heart had a layer of understanding. It was as if he was about to understand something, but he was always lacking a little bit. It was as if there was a layer of membrane between him, and it was as if he could pierce through this membrane to see the true picture. Although he had a feeling that he was about to comprehend it, he was still unable to do so. Chu Mu had to give up temporarily. However, he vaguely understood that increasing the realm of his sword art would be of direct help in comprehending the eternal sword force. Now, his swordsmanship realm was at the consummate realm of the union of man and sword, but it was just the beginning. His swordsmanship realm had increased by a small realm, and his mastery and understanding of swordsmanship had obviously increased by a lot. If he could break through the union of man and sword and reach the next realm of swordsmanship, he might be able to comprehend the essence of the eternal sword momentum. Cultivating, comprehending, and practicing swordsmanship had become a daily necessity for Chu Mu. Elder Yun, 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 and Elder Yun had also reached a conclusion and reported it to Chu Mu. After reading it, Chu Mu immediately made a decision. The great sect competition was set to be held in a month, and this news was immediately spread. When the True Sword sect's disciples heard about it, they were all quite startled before becoming overjoyed. The last great sect competition had been held many years ago. With competition, there would be pressure and motivation. The disciples who had been cultivating fervently to begin with began to work even harder. Under this atmosphere, all the disciples were filled with motivation. Yun Feng continued to collect information, but there was no progress on the information regarding the 18 god races. There was only some superficial information. Perhaps it was because the True Sword sect's level was not high enough, but the fifth Supreme Elder was unable to think of any useful information, which made Chu Mu feel quite helpless. However, it was impossible to make something out of nothing. There was nothing Chu Mu could do about this. He could only put aside the secret of the 18 god pearls for now and focus on increasing his own strength. Only with enough strength would he be able to better explore the secrets. Otherwise, even if he knew, he would not be able to keep it. He knew that he was not the only one who was paying attention to the 18 god pearls. There were definitely people stronger than him. Unraveling the secrets of the Sword Sect spirit mark, increasing his cultivation and strength, and developing the True Sword Sect were his main tasks at this stage. During this month, not only were the True Sword Sect's disciples working hard to cultivate, Chu Mu was not idle either. His efforts were not inferior to any of the disciples. During this period, Chu Mu entered the Sword Sect spirit mark again and fought with the Emperor of Zijin many times. Although he was defeated every time, Chu Mu was able to last longer each time. From time to time, he would even take out the eternal sword force to comprehend it. Although he was still unable to unravel the secrets within it, the realm of his swordsmanship was increasing bit by bit. Suddenly, Chu Mu had an epiphany. If he was strong enough, then no matter what the opponent's methods were, he would be able to unravel them in the end. After understanding this, Chu Mu was even more conscious to increase the realm of his swordsmanship, instead of trying to unravel the Emperor of Zijin's swordsmanship killer moves. This was the true path of the king. The path was divided into two extremes, the extreme of ease and the extreme of heaviness. Chu Mu's understanding of this was also increasing. The white-robed swordsman's light and graceful swordsmanship was fully absorbed by Chu Mu. However, Chu Mu was different from the white-robed swordsman. Hence, his swordsmanship was imprinted with Chu Mu's personal style and had his own unique style. The realm of one with the sword continued to consolidate and increase. Within the Sword Sect spirit mark, Chu Mu faced the Emperor of Zijin once again. I have said that the second stage is your final stage. The Emperor of Zijin once again pulled out his sword and walked down from his throne. His aura was shocking, and the might of the Emperor was shocking. He slashed out with his sword, and the might of the Emperor was biting cold. The 4 seas bowed down, and the 8 directions bowed respectfully. Chu Mu was very familiar with the Emperor of Zijin's swordsmanship after fighting with him many times. He immediately countered it. Once again, both sides were unable to defeat each other. In the end, the Emperor of Zijin used his terrifying emperor-slaying sword again. Chu Mu had died many times under this sword, and he had a deep understanding of it. When the Emperor of Zijin's sword was raised, he was very cautious. However, Chu Mu already had a way to counter it. It was just that he wasn't sure if it would work in theory. However, at least he could give it a try. After dying, he could come back again. This was his greatest advantage. His sharp senses told him that when the Emperor of Zijin's sword was raised and was about to use the Emperor-slaying sword, there would be a very short time gap. It was a time for him to accumulate his strength and aura. With the Emperor of Zijin's swordsmanship realm, he could use his own ability to cover up this small gap. Moreover, in a battle of life and death, how many people could truly grasp this gap? Chu Mu grasped it. This time, the sword drew a circle in front of him. Under the circle, there was a shocking mystery. Lightness and heaviness intertwined, causing this sword to have an indescribable strangeness. The power exploded and the sword advanced. The originally light and heavy sword suddenly turned into an aurora. It was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. The sword light pierced through the void. It pierced through time and space and went straight towards the Emperor of Zijin's Emperor-slaying sword. The sword light was extremely condensed. It was so light that it seemed to be weightless. However, it contained an incomparably heavy power. As the power intertwined, it became vigorous and domineering. It actually gave birth to a trace of the Emperor-slaying sword's power. Millions of corpses, the common people, are ants. Hit! Chu Mu's sword light pierced through the huge purple-gold sword light and the Emperor of Zijin's forehead. At the same time, half of the purple-gold sword light also slashed towards Chu Mu, killing Chu Mu. This ending could be said to be mutual destruction. Chu Mu once again entered the Sword Sect spiritual seal. The throne and the Emperor of Zijin had both disappeared. There was only a vast expanse of white. Could it be that I've passed the second stage? Chu Mu was astonished. At this moment, the white expanse of white around him started to change. Traces of black seemed to extend out from the void and spread out. It was like ink splattering out from an ink bottle. Very quickly, it covered everything around him and dyed the white expanse into darkness. It was pitch black and silent. Suddenly, it gave Chu Mu a deep and lonely feeling. It was very strange. The strange atmosphere spread out, and Chu Mu became alert. Could it be the third stage? Chu Mu couldn't help but guess. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. A pitch-black sword light seemed to have appeared in the darkness. It merged into one with the darkness. He couldn't look at it directly or feel it. Just as Chu Mu sensed it, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. His vision quickly fell into darkness. He was dead. As expected, it's the third stage. However, I died in an instant. This is two. In the secret cultivation room, Chu Mu couldn't help but smile bitterly. He hadn't even seen his opponent's figure, but he had been killed in a single strike. Compared to the previous two stages, the difference was far, far too great. After thinking for a while, he came up with nothing. Chu Mu refused to give up and entered the Sword Sect spiritual seal again. This time, he directly appeared in darkness. It was quiet and lonely, and he couldn't see anything. Chu Mu raised his vigilance as much as he could to guard against any attacks. Sure enough, under full defense, he felt a trace of a strange and sharp ripple piercing towards his heart from behind. Chu Mu immediately reacted to dodge, but he was still a bit too slow and was pierced through from behind. His heart was shattered and he died again. After thinking for a while, he entered again, but he was still instantly killed. After a few more times, Chu Mu couldn't help but give up for now. He began to think deeply. The Yang clan had developed for several hundred years, and they could be considered to have a certain foundation. However, after being extorted by the true sword sect for 70% of their collection, their foundation had plummeted. This was a huge blow to the Yang clan. For a period of time after that, the Yang clan's disciples were no longer as vigorous as before. This caused the Yang clan's upper echelons to hate the true sword sect to the bone. Not only had they plundered the Yang clan's hard-earned wealth, but they had also struck a blow to the Yang clan's disciples' confidence. Moreover, the Yang clan's wealth had shrunk so much that they had no choice but to slow down their cultivation of their disciples. This had delayed the Yang clan's development. In short, the True Sword sect was extremely detestable in the eyes of the Yang clan. However, they were bound to be strong. If they hadn't agreed at that time, the Yang clan would have been in great trouble. They could only compromise for now. The Yang clan had been waiting for an opportunity, and that was the only remaining great ancestor of the Yang clan. According to seniority, the great ancestor was the grandfather of the current Yang clan, head's grandfather. He was over 500 years old and was the only remaining ancestor of the Yang clan. A few years ago, he had entered seclusion to break through to the immemorial realm. The Yang clan had been waiting for his return. If Yang Gaozu failed to break through, the Yang clan would naturally swallow their anger. However, if he succeeded and became a saint, it would be time for them to settle the score with the True Sword sect. At that time, they would take back what they had lost 2, 3, or even 10 times. Now, the upper echelons of the Yang clan were very happy and excited. Yang Gaozu had successfully broken through to the immemorial realm and become a saint. The Yang clan now had a pillar of support, and their foundation had strengthened greatly. With Yang Gaozu going to the True Sword sect, the True Sword sect's people would have to pay a heavy price for their arrogance. Chapter 1346. A powerful aura filled the sky as a figure soared into the sky from the Yang family's ancestral house, turning into a streak of light. It was as if a bolt of purple lightning had pierced through the universe, instantly disappearing into the distance. The tyrannical aura was still circling above the Yang family, as if announcing that he was an expert, the strongest expert of the Yang family, the guardian of the Yang family. The saint level of the eternal realm is really strong. That's right. Just this aura alone is enough to make me breathless. The Yang family's patriarch and elders were all excited. That's our great ancestor of the Yang family. Amazing, I don't know when I'll be able to reach that level. That's the eternal realm, the extremely powerful saint level. You won't be able to reach it even if you have 1,000 years. The Yang family's disciples were all in high spirits as they discussed. With the great ancestor taking action, the True Sword sect's good days are over. Isn't that so? How dare they rob us just because they're stronger than us? Now that the great ancestor has come out of seclusion, the True Sword sect's doomsday has arrived. I really want to go and see the great ancestor's might. Yang Gaozu turned into a streak of lightning and soared into the sky. Originally, it was a great thing that he had come out of seclusion and was worth celebrating, but he didn't expect to hear about the True Sword sect robbing them as soon as he came out, which made him furious. In his fury, he decided to personally go to the True Sword sect and teach them a lesson. And if the True Sword sect didn't know what was good for them, he didn't mind wiping them out with the might of a saint. The speed of a saint was unbelievably fast. Even a genius like Chu Mu couldn't reach 1/20th of Yang Gaozu's speed at full speed. The difference was too great. It was as if a real bolt of lightning had streaked across the sky, leaving the Yang family and rapidly heading towards the ancient Beast Mountain, approaching the True Sword sect. As if to show his might as a saint, Yang Gaozu didn't restrain his aura. Instead, he deliberately released his aura. Before he arrived, the terrifying aura of a saint-level expert had already swept over, immediately alarming the disciples of the True Sword sect. What a terrifying aura! What's going on? This aura is even stronger than the elders. The entire True Sword sect was alarmed. Yun Feng and Yun He's faces suddenly changed drastically. In the True Sword sect, aside from the great elders, their cultivations were the highest, so they could sense it the clearest. Within the cultivation room, Chu Mu didn't feel any aura fluctuations because the cultivation room had the ability to isolate auras. However, Yun Feng and Yun He quickly came over and called out to Chu Mu. As soon as Chu Mu left the secret cultivation room, He immediately felt a tyrannical aura surge towards him. He had come into contact with many saint-level powerhouses, so he was very clear that this was the fluctuation of a saint-level powerhouse. However, he felt that there was a big gap between it and the Supreme Elders. He's not here with good intentions. This time, I'll have to trouble the Supreme Elder to take action, Chu-Mu said faintly. He could feel a sense of hostility from this aura. It seemed that the visitor did not know that the True Sword sect had a saint-level expert overseeing it. Bringing Yun Feng and Yun He outside, he ordered the disciples to stay put and not run around. Then he flew into the sky. A bolt of purple light rapidly approached, and the aura was getting stronger and stronger. "Who are you?" Chu-Mu asked. Yun Feng and Yun, he couldn't bear the pressure of a saint-level expert's aura. They could only resist with all their might, barely managing to stabilize themselves. They didn't even have the ability to speak. However, their sect master, whose cultivation was lower than theirs, didn't seem to be affected at all. This made them even more shocked. The great ancestor of the Yang family is here today to seek justice. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, rumbling and roaring. It was frightening. Chu-Mu and the elders were all shocked. They didn't expect the small Yang family to have a saint-rank expert. Chu-Mu thought even more. His thoughts turned in an instant, and he guessed a bit of the truth. When he went to the Yang family, they didn't resist and were very cooperative. At that time, Yang Gaozu, a saint-level expert, was definitely not in the Yang family. It could even be said that Yang Gaozu wasn't a saint-level expert at that time, so the Yang family didn't have the confidence and could only cooperate. Now that Yang Gaozu had successfully broken through to the Eternal Realm and become a saint-level expert, it was time to counterattack. Chu-Mu himself didn't realize that ever since he entered the sword sect spirit imprint and fought again and again, as his sword technique realm increased, his thinking ability and speed also increased quite a bit. "So it's Senior Yang. Your presence brings light to our humble dwelling. Senior, please come in." Chu-Mu smiled. "Let's go." Yang Gaozu's tone was arrogant. He was bold and powerful, but he wasn't in a hurry to settle the score. He looked like he wanted to see what the other party was up to. Indeed, the gap between a saint-level expert and a Nirvana realm expert was huge. Even if there was a conspiracy, Yang Gaozu wasn't afraid. He didn't know that what awaited him wasn't a conspiracy, but absolute power. As soon as they entered the main hall, Yang Gaozu was so pleased with himself that he directly sat on the sect master's seat and looked down. Not bad, this seat. Sitting down, Yang Gaozu said in a judgmental tone, which made Yun Feng, he and Yun Yunyan's expressions change drastically. They pulled out their swords and pointed at him. "Get down. This is the sect master's seat. It's not your turn to sit there. A mere fifth sky of Nirvana realm cultivator can be the sect master. Your true sword sect really has no one." Yang Gaozu smiled coldly. He wasn't afraid of the threat at all. In his eyes, Yun Feng and Yun He were only at the seventh sky of Nirvana realm. They were just two slightly bigger ants that could be destroyed with a flick of his finger. "Senior Yang, what business do you have in our sect? Just say it." Chu-Mu didn't care and said indifferently, "Nothing big. I just heard that not long ago, the sect master took the disciples of the True Sword sect to the Yang family and took away a large amount of the Yang family's wealth. Our Yang family is just a small family and can't compare to a colossus like the True Sword sect. That wealth was accumulated by the Yang family over hundreds of years." Yang Gaozu's tone was cold and angry. "In Senior's opinion, what should we do?" Chu-Mu smiled faintly and asked in return, "I'm very fair. You took away 70% of the Yang family's wealth, so take out 80% of the True Sword sect's wealth. 70% will be returned and 10% will be used as compensation. In this way, the Yang family and the True Sword sect can coexist peacefully." Yang Gaozu said expressionlessly. Yun Feng, he was even angrier when he heard this, but Chu-Mu waved his hand, telling them to calm down. Speaking of which, if the true sword sect strength was only at this level, Yang Gaozu's goal this time would most likely succeed. But once the true sword sect compromised, they would most likely gradually become a vassal of the Yang family. Yang Gaozu's intentions were punishable. Grand Elder, this time, I can only rely on you, Chu Mu said, as if he was talking to the void. Yang Gaozu's heart suddenly trembled, and a bad feeling rose in his heart. Although his strength far surpassed Chu Mu and the others, he wasn't stupid. The moment he felt something was wrong, even if he didn't know the source of it, he didn't hesitate. His body moved, and he instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning. In an instant, he left the sect master's seat and charged towards the great hall. He planned on breaking through the great hall and immediately leaving. Chu Mu's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. Just as Yang Gaozu was about to reach the roof of the main hall, an incomparably powerful aura swept across the sky, locking onto Yang Gaozu. That aura was incomparably sharp, like an unsheathed divine sword that could kill gods and demons. Its power was unparalleled. Yang Gaozu's body froze, and his face changed drastically. His eyes shone with shock. Strong, too strong. Compared to him, this sharp aura was many times stronger. A mere first heavenly layer of the Aeon dares to behave atrociously in the true sword sect? You really don't know the meaning of death. An old but vigorous voice rang out, and the sharpness in it caused Yang Gaozu's heart to palpitate. Say, say. Yang Gaozu's heart trembled, and his soul trembled. The difference was too great, too great. Under this aura, all his resistance was useless. The person who made the move was the third elder. His cultivation base was at the fourth heavenly layer of the Aeon realm, much higher than the first heavenly layer of the Aeon realm. The difference between the Aeon realm was far greater than the difference between the Nirvana realm. The difference between each heavenly layer could be 100 times greater. Sect Master, how should we deal with him? A figure flickered, appearing in the main hall. Yang Gaozu was horrified. He never would have thought that there would be such an expert hidden within the true sword sect. A holy ranker who was much stronger than him gave Yang Gaozu the feeling that the other party could kill him with a single finger. Regret. Yang Gaozu regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. Why couldn't he just stay in seclusion after breaking through to the saint level? Why did he have to come to the true sword sect to look for trouble? And now trouble had come looking for him, and it was super big trouble. He couldn't even cry. Kill him. Chu Mu had just said 3 words when Yang Gaozu's heart trembled. He was extremely shocked. No one wanted to die like this. It's a pity. Chu Mu's words made Yang Gaozu heave a sigh of relief. If we don't kill him, it'll be troublesome if we let him go, said Chu Mu. Yang Gaozu really wanted to say that as long as they let him go back, he definitely wouldn't dare to provoke them again. He would also strictly order the Yang family not to provoke the true sword sect. Unfortunately, under the third supreme elder's aura, he couldn't speak. Third elder, do you have any way to control this person and make him work for the true sword sect? Chu Mu asked. He was thinking from the sect master's point of view. The 7 elders weren't suitable to appear in public to avoid being known by their enemies. However, the true sword sect didn't have enough experts. Although Yang Gaozu wasn't as strong as the elders, he was still a saint. He was stronger than a Nirvana realm expert. If they could be used by the true sword sect and serve the true sword sect wholeheartedly, they would be able to increase the true sword sect strength, and there would be no need for the great elders to act. I don't know how to do that, but I can ask the 5th elder, the third elder replied. Yang Gaozu felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't resist. Chapter 1347. The 5th Supreme Elder was the most knowledgeable of the 7 Supreme Elders. If he didn't know, then most of the other Supreme Elders wouldn't know either. 5th Supreme Elder didn't disappoint Chu Mu. According to what he said, there really was a method to control Yang Gaozu. This method was called slave imprint. It was to plant one's own mental imprint in the opponent's mind to achieve the goal of controlling the opponent. I am willing to swear allegiance to the real sword sect. Yang Gaozu made a solemn vow. Without the suppression of the supreme elders, he could speak, but with two supreme elders beside him, he didn't dare to show the slightest hostility. I don't believe it. Chu Mu said indifferently. You only have two choices. First, let go of your mind and let me plant a slave seal. Second, die here, and then it will be the end of the Yang clan. Two choices, one of them. It was a very simple, but also a very difficult choice. Yang Gaozu was silent, struggling in his heart. I choose one. After a long while, Yang Gaozu said, his voice full of frustration and bitterness. Speaking of which, he had broken through to the eternal realm with a cultivation of the seventh sky of Nirvana realm. Luck played a large part in that, so he was very happy. He felt that he could show his strength and lead the Yang clan to prosperity. After learning that the Yang clan was bullied by the real sword sect, he planned to find them and subdue the real sword sect to become a vassal of the Yang clan. But everything was different from what he had imagined. Yang Gaozu had no choice but to submit. He had come with such a fierce momentum, but in the blink of an eye, he had transformed from a vicious wolf into a lamb. This kind of transformation made people sigh endlessly. Yang Gaozu made his choice. Under the gaze of the two supreme elders, the pressure was great. He didn't dare to make the slightest movement and obediently opened his mind. Chu Mu condensed a mental seed. This method was called slave imprint and was taught to him by fifth supreme elder just now. With Chu Mu's powerful comprehension, he was able to learn it in a few moments and was very familiar with it. Under the control of Chu Mu, the spiritual seed entered Yang Gaozu's completely open mind and planted a slave seal. Once the slave imprint was formed, Chu Mu and Yang Gaozu had a trace of a master-slave relationship. Yang Gaozu couldn't be disloyal. If he couldn't, he would trigger the spiritual seed and suffer pain. Chu Mu would be able to sense it, and he could directly detonate the spiritual seed and destroy Yang Gaozu's mind. The mind was not the soul, but it was also related to the soul. Once the mind was destroyed, the result would be death. It was the Grand Elder's idea to make Yang Gaozu Chu Mu's sword servant. It was true that Chu Mu was a genius, but his current level was still too low. With a saint-level expert by his side, his safety would be guaranteed. If one day Chu Mu broke through to the eternal realm, Yang Gaozu would be of no use to him. At that time, he would have to make arrangements. After being sealed, Yang Gaozu seemed to have lost all his fighting spirit. It was as if he had become an old man in his twilight years, the kind that was waiting for death. You're very sensible. I can tell you clearly that when I break through to the eternal realm, I will release your slave imprint and set you free, Chu Mu said to Yang Gaozu. Firstly, when Chu Mu reached the eternal realm, Yang Gaozu would become an ant in his eyes. Secondly, Yang Gaozu's current state was very bad. He had no fighting spirit, and although he didn't have any rebellious thoughts, he was useless. Chu Mu gave him hope. Sure enough, when Yang Gaozu heard this, his dim eyes suddenly flashed. The lifespan of an eternal realm expert was extremely long. He could see that the sect master, who was only at the fifth sky of Nirvana realm, was not an ordinary Nirvana realm expert. He was a peerless genius, and advancing to the eternal realm was not a difficult task for a peerless genius like him. Perhaps in 100 years, or even just a few decades, he would regain his freedom. With hope, his decadence was swept away. For the time being, you will be a guest elder of the true sword sect, Chu Mu said. Yes, sect master. Yang Gaozu quickly got into his role. The third supreme elder and the fifth supreme elder smiled and quickly left. The huge change stunned Yunfeng and Yunhe. It took them a long time to react. Chu Mu asked them to spread the news that Yang Gaozu, a saint-level expert, had become a guest elder of the true sword sect and tell the disciples of the true sword sect. Firstly, it relieved them of their worries, and secondly, it strengthened their sense of belonging. The stronger the true sword sect was, the stronger their sense of glory would be, and the stronger their sense of belonging would be. When the disciples of the true sword sect found out that the saint-level expert who had attacked them with malicious intent had become a guest elder of the true sword sect, they felt incredulous at first, but then they were pleasantly surprised. This meant that the true sword sect had a saint-level expert overseeing it and had become even stronger. The core disciples knew more and vaguely felt that the Grand Elder had taken action and subdued the saint-level expert. No matter what, it was a good thing. Putting aside their worries, the disciples once again began to work hard for the upcoming sect grand competition. Chu Mu also released news that the top 3 of the sect grand competition would receive an additional reward. The reward would be personally given out by the sect master. As for the content of the reward, it would not be announced for the time being. Even so, it still gave the disciples more motivation. He entered the cultivation room again to cultivate. As for Yang Gaozu, Chu Mu told him to go back to the Yang family first and take care of things before coming to the true sword sect. Entering the sword sect spirit imprint again, he was insta-killed again. This made Chu Mu depressed, and he began to ponder deeply. If the sword sect spirit seal's test was so difficult, it was no wonder that no one had been able to solve it for so many years. However, if the first and second tests were so difficult, why would the third test be so difficult? It didn't make sense. Such an increase in difficulty made it impossible for anyone to solve the secret. If that wasn't the case, then there must be something missing, resulting in a one-hit kill. After racking his brain, Chu Mu seemed to have an idea. He felt that the reason he was killed in one hit was because his reaction wasn't fast enough, affecting his 6 senses in the darkness. On the other hand, that assassin-like opponent came and went like a shadow, and his sword skills were known for being strange and unpredictable. If he could achieve a high level of unity in his essence, chi, and spirit, he might be able to fight and even pass the test. This time, Chu Mu was in no hurry to enter the sword sect spirit seal. Instead, he adjusted himself, striving to bring his essence, chi, and spirit to the peak, then unify them into one. After unifying his essence, chi, and spirit, Chu Mu had a sudden inspiration, as if he was struck by a stroke of good fortune, controlling his essence with his top high god rank sword intent. Entering the sword sect spirit seal and being immersed in darkness, Chu Mu's 6 senses were affected, becoming somewhat sluggish. Fortunately, after reaching the peak of his essence, chi, and spirit, Chu Mu's essence, chi, and spirit had reached a high level of unity. Moreover, he had a sudden inspiration, using his top high god rank sword intent to control his essence, bringing out an unprecedented peak state. The peak state of his consciousness made him feel like he was floating, as if his soul was floating in the air, transcending everything. As expected, under this state, the sudden attack was perceived by Chu Mu and he reacted swiftly. Dodging, he swung his sword. A snow-white sword light bloomed in the darkness, like a bolt of lightning. With one sword strike, Huang Xiaolong deflected the opponent's strange attack, but his attack missed. The testi suddenly disappeared. Chu Mu could only wait patiently. After exchanging blows again and again, Chu Mu fully understood the third test swordsmanship. It could be said that the third test testi was a strange sword grandmaster. Under the control of his sword intent, Chu Mu was able to react quickly, dodging, blocking, and counterattacking. Absorbing the essence of the opponent's swordsmanship, Chu Mu's swordsmanship became more flexible. After exchanging blows many times and becoming familiar with the opponent's style, Chu Mu found it easier to deal with the opponent's attacks. On the other hand, the opponent's swordsmanship did not improve in the slightest. Stabbing out with his sword, Huang Xiaolong's wrist flicked, pushing the opponent's sword forward. The sticky force made the opponent unable to withdraw in time. In the blink of an eye, the sword in Huang Xiaolong's hand turned into a streak of light, piercing through the darkness. Chu Mu heard a muffled groan, and after a moment of silence, the darkness receded rapidly, replaced by a vast expanse of whiteness. He knew that he had passed the third test. From the looks of it, there was still a fourth test. As the vast expanse of whiteness faded away, a bamboo forest appeared. A fresh and refreshing smell assaulted Huang Xiaolong's face. As the wind blew, long and narrow bamboo leaves slowly drifted down. From the depths of the bamboo forest, a person walked out. He was dressed in green and seemed to be one with the bamboo forest. He looked very slow, but in reality every step he took was dozens of meters. Not long after, he arrived in front of Chu Mu. With every step he took, a fierce aura would rise up from his body. It grew stronger and stronger until it reached Chu Mu. It was as if the fierceness had reached its peak. Without saying a word, the green-clothed swordsman drew his sword. His sword was like a bamboo leaf. As he slashed out, the thin sword edge cut through the void at an extremely fast speed. What was even more shocking was that the green-clothed swordsman's sharpness had reached its peak and exploded. It gathered in the green bamboo sword, shocking the world with its sharpness. Before the sword arrived, Chu Mu already felt like he was being cut apart by the sharpness. Even his mind felt pain. When the sword came out, Chu Mu did not dodge. Under the control of the sword intent, his sword technique stabbed out in a very strange way. The green-clothed swordsman and Chu Mu fought fiercely. For a moment, the two were equally matched. What was surprising was that the battle between the two was extremely fierce. The sword light was astonishing. The sharpness of the sword light shot up into the sky as if it could break the void. However, the surrounding green bamboo was not affected at all. Was the green bamboo fake? It could be fake, but it could also be real. However, why was it not damaged at all under the fierce sword light of the two? Was it because the green bamboo was too tough, so tough that the sword light of the two could not damage it? No, the real reason was that the two of them had reached an astonishing level of control over their strength. One with the sword, one with the sword, one with the sword, one with the sword. The sword in one's hand was an extension of one's arm, as if it had grown out of one's arm. When Chu Mu's one with the sword reached perfection, this feeling was even more profound. However, as the battle became more and more intense, the collision of the two swords sent out a terrifying force that was no longer under the control of the two of them. It began to cause damage to the surroundings. Chapter 1348. The green bamboo garden was a beautiful place with a refreshing and unique sense of beauty. But at this moment, everything was destroyed, and the culprits were these two people. The fierce battle reached its climax. The terrifying sword light was invincible. Nothing could stop it, nothing could stop it. Neither Chu Mu nor the green-robed swordsman deliberately controlled their strength. It was almost an instinct. Both of them could control their strength perfectly, but the shock waves from the collision of their swords were not affected by them. Of course, if they wanted to, they could also control their strength, but it would be more troublesome and disadvantageous to them. To the two of them, the green bamboo garden was merely a virtual environment. No matter how beautiful it was useless. The sword technique and sword of the green-clothed swordsman only had one characteristic, and that was sharpness, extreme sharpness, indestructible sharpness. The thin sword blade had an incomparably terrifying sharpness that could cut through all hard nothingness. The pure sharpness left a deep impression on Chu Mu. For a moment, he almost thought that this was swordsmanship. Compared to the green-robed swordsman, Chu Mu's swordsmanship not only had sharpness, but was also graceful, heavy, strange, domineering, and so on. However, when Chu Mu displayed his swordsmanship, each sword could only have one style. After a long battle, the green-robed swordsman took out his ultimate move, killing sword, thrusting his sword forward. The sword tip alternated with the sword edge's slash, allowing the sword to cut through space with the smallest margin, tearing through all obstacles. Its speed reached its peak, and its sharpness was several times stronger than before. What a terrifying killing sword, unparalleled power. Chu Mu's heart tightened. His expression turned solemn as he prepared for battle. Under the control of his top high god rank sword intent, he could feel the exquisiteness and sharpness of this sword strike. That kind of terror made his heart tremble. However, ever since he had a flash of inspiration, controlling all forces with his top high god rank sword intent, his consciousness had undergone a subtle change, becoming more sensitive and direct, able to sense the changes in his surroundings more intuitively. If it was before, Chu Mu wouldn't have been able to dodge this sword, and he would have died. But now, Chu Mu had dodged it, even though he was in a sorry state and his robe was torn. After unleashing such a powerful strike, the green-clothed swordsman's body paused for a brief moment. This pause was keenly captured by Chu Mu. In retaliation, the sword light cut through the sky like a meteor or lightning. It was fierce and fast. In an instant, it had crossed dozens of meters and appeared in front of the green-clothed swordsman. For the first time, the green-clothed swordsman's sharp eyes showed shock. The timing of this sword strike was too perfect. It was difficult to dodge. The azure-clothed swordsman barely managed to raise his sword to counterattack, but he was still too slow. Chu Mu's sword cut off his head. Fourth trial passed. It could be said that this fourth trial was the fastest among the 4 trials that Chu Mu had passed, but it didn't mean that the fourth trial was the easiest. On the contrary, the fourth trial was the most difficult. The main reason was that Chu Mu's sword skills had improved, and his sword skill realm had improved. On top of that, in a flash of inspiration, he had comprehended how to control all forces with his sword intent, raising his awareness and sharpening his senses. Thus, he was able to dodge the attack by a hair's breadth and catch the fleeting moment of opportunity to counterattack. After passing the fourth trial, everything disappeared, and the vast expanse of whiteness reappeared. Chu Mu wondered if there would be a 5th trial, and what kind of opponent he would face in the 5th trial. The scenery reappeared, surprising Chu Mu. This was clearly the scenery from before, and Bai Ling was still sitting in the pavilion. From the beginning until now, the Sword Sect spiritual seal has changed owners over a dozen times. Half of them were able to enter the spiritual seal, and there were as many as 7 people who were able to pass the 4th trial. However, none of them were able to pass as quickly as you, Bai Ling said unhurriedly. His tone was elegant. However, there was no one who was able to solve the mystery of the Sword Sect spiritual seal. I wonder if you can become the first? Bai Ling seemed to be asking, but also seemed to be talking to himself. Senior, is there a 5th trial? Chu Mu asked. Of course there is, Bai Ling said slowly. The examinee of the 5th trial is me. Chu Mu was immediately shocked. Although he didn't know how strong Bai Ling was, being in charge of the 5th trial meant that he was stronger than the previous 4. Moreover, Bai Ling always gave Chu Mu an unfathomable feeling, which made him very wary. Senior, please give me your guidance, Chu Mu said respectfully. Then pay attention. I'm going to attack, Bai Ling said slowly. He didn't have a sword in his hand, nor did he stand up. However, Chu Mu was very vigilant. He was fully focused, and his sword intent controlled all his power, ready to counterattack at any time. Suddenly, Chu Mu seemed to feel a flash of light. Before he could react, his vision turned black, and he left the Sword Sect spiritual seal. I'm dead. In the secret room, Chu Mu was stunned. He couldn't believe that he had been killed without even seeing whether Bai Ling was there. With the experience of the 3rd trial, Chu Mu started to think carefully. However, he couldn't figure out why. After thinking hard, Chu Mu entered the Sword Sect spiritual seal again. Senior, I'm coming. Please attack, Chu Mu said, becoming even more vigilant. Then pay attention. I'm going to attack, Bai Ling said slowly. Chu Mu seemed to see a flash of sword light again, and his vision turned black again. Inconceivable. It was simply too inconceivable. It was as if Bai Ling had the ability to decide a person's life and death. Chu Mu didn't believe it. He entered the sword sect spiritual seal again, and the result was the same. He still vaguely saw a snow-white light that didn't seem sharp, and then he died. He entered again, died again and again. In the blink of an eye, Chumu had entered the sword sect spiritual seal 30 times in a row, and he had died 30 times at Bai Ling's hands. After dying once more, Chumu couldn't help smiling bitterly. He had died 30 times in a row, and each time he had died in an instant. Even now, he still didn't know what was going on. The only thing he was certain of was that Bai Ling's strength was different from the third trial. Bai Ling's strength far surpassed Chumu's. It was a realm that Chumu could only look up to. No wonder none of the dozens of masters were able to see through its mysteries, muttered Chumu. Feeling a bit irritated, Chumu thought for a moment and entered the sword sect spiritual seal once more. He didn't want to fight, but wanted to chat with Bai Ling. Bai Ling was the most special of all the challengers. He was the first person Chumu came into contact with, and also the first person to talk to Chumu. He was also the one who was willing to communicate with Chumu. He was different from the other 4 challengers. Perhaps he could find out the reason after communicating with Bai Ling. Senior, what happened just now? Chumu asked directly as soon as he entered. It wasn't good to beat around the bush when talking to an expert like Bai Ling. It was better to be direct. It's very simple. You're too weak, Bai Ling said directly and then changed the topic. However, compared to the dozens of predecessors, your sword technique is the most profound. You've reached the peak of one with the sword. Could it be that Senior's sword technique has already surpassed one with the sword? Even though he was certain, Chumu couldn't help but ask. Your swordsmanship is superb and unique, but do you know what your swordsmanship is lacking? Or you, what are you lacking? Not only did Bai Ling not answer Chumu's question, but he also asked, what am I lacking? Bai Ling's words seemed to have a strange power that made Chumu ponder. However, no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't figure it out. It couldn't be helped. Chumu was very smart, and his comprehension was monstrous, but he was still young. He had all kinds of experience, and although he was considered rich among his peers, he couldn't compare to an expert like Bai Ling. Experience was a very important part of intelligent life. Those with enough experience were more profound and experienced in both knowledge and handling of matters. No matter how intelligent a smart person was, without enough knowledge and experience, it was like a flower in the mirror or the moon in the water, unable to be used to its full potential. It was normal that Chumu couldn't figure it out. However, Bai Ling was calm and didn't say anything. He just let Chumu ponder like this. Time passed unknowingly. After an unknown amount of time, Chumu woke up. He had a vague feeling that he was about to grasp something, but he didn't. That feeling made him extremely depressed. Looking ahead, he didn't know when, but Bai Ling had left, leaving Chumu alone. With a sigh, Chumu left the sword sect spirit seal. Without thinking about anything else, he directly left the cultivation room and went outside to take a look, relax, and change his mood. After walking around, he headed towards the sword crafting valley. Perhaps if he took a look at the forging of the sword, he would have a different understanding. The sword forging skills of the disciples of the sword crafting valley were not that high. Compared to Chumu, the difference was like heaven and earth. But Chumu was also watching with relish. It seemed that because of the arrival of the sect master, the disciples of the sword crafting valley worked even harder to forge their swords. All of them seemed to want to perform well and leave a deep impression on the sect master. This was also because Chumu had used his own ability to completely conquer them, causing them to admire him from the bottom of their hearts. This group of disciples seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Chumu found it funny and also gave them some pointers, causing them to admire him even more. After that, Chumu left the sword crafting valley and headed towards the treasure pavilion. Just like the disciples of the sword crafting valley, when the disciples of the treasure pavilion saw Chumu's arrival, they were all extremely excited and fought to perform. Chumu naturally would not favor one over the other, and similarly spoke out to give pointers to the disciples of the Treasure Pill Pavilion. After leaving the Treasure Pill Pavilion, Chu Mu arrived at a sword training field. Seeing a group of elite disciples practicing their swords, Chu Mu watched for a while and gave them some pointers. Immediately, all of the elite disciples felt as if they were suddenly enlightened. In a moment, their sword technique attainments rose by quite a bit. In the hearts of the disciples, Chu Mu's image was even more deeply rooted in their hearts. After cruising around and relaxing for a while, Chu Mu once again returned to the secret cultivation room. His depressed mood had already dissipated. Chu Mu calmed down and thought about it again. This time he was thinking about sorting out his own life and his own path. Gradually he went deeper and deeper. Chapter 1349. Time flew by. Unknowingly, the sect grand competition was about to begin. As the sect master, Chu Mu had to be present. This sect grand competition could be said to be the first sect grand competition for the true sword sect to rise again after suffering heavy losses. It had a certain significance and had to be done well. Before the sect grand competition began, Chu Mu had been thinking about what he was missing. He always had a feeling of pulling out the clouds to see the moon. However, the clouds were too stubborn and could not be pulled apart for a while. Separated by a layer of clouds, he could only vaguely see the moonlight. This vague feeling made Chu Mu feel that it was right, but not right. When he entered the sword sect spirit seal again, he could not find Bai Ling. If he did not take the initiative to appear, Chu Mu could not do anything. Every day, he comprehended, practiced, and cultivated, increasing his strength little by little. The sect grand competition began. The sect master was present, as were the two elders, Yun Feng and Yun He. As a guest elder, Yang Zhan was also present. The sect grand competition this time was divided into 3 levels: official disciples, elite disciples, and core disciples. The official disciples were the most numerous, followed by the elite disciples, and the core disciples were the least, with only 20 or so. In order to motivate the disciples, the 3 levels of the inner sect tournament were arranged to compete together. Yun He was the referee for the official disciple competition. Yun Feng was the referee for the elite disciple competition, and Yang Zhan was the referee for the core disciple competition. Chu Mu was at the top looking down from above. The competition followed the method of drawing lots. The winner would advance, and the loser would be eliminated. It was simple and direct. The first to start was the competition between the official disciples. The other disciples were all reduced to spectators. The official disciples were the most numerous, but there were only a few hundred people. The first round was about 1 to 200 battles. It seemed like a lot, but it was actually not much. In one day, the first round was completed. Half of them advanced and half were eliminated. After the first round of the official disciples, it was the first round of the elite disciples. To everyone, they were still full of energy, even if they did not sleep for a few days and nights. Therefore, the competition was carried out day and night. Every disciple's heart seemed to be burning with a flame. After the first round of the elite disciples was completed, it was the first round of the core disciples. Core disciples were all at the rebirth realm, and every single one of them possessed superb sword techniques and formidable strength. The battles between them were extremely enlightening to the official disciples and elite disciples. After the first round of the core disciples ended, it was time for the second round of the official disciples. They had completely recovered their energy and could fight to their heart's content. In this way, they took turns to fight in the competition. One batch was eliminated, and another batch was promoted. The cycle continued. The rules of this sect grand competition were that the top 10 official disciples would be rewarded. The top 10 elite disciples would also be rewarded. As for the core disciples, because there were only 20 or so core disciples, it was impossible for the top 10 to be rewarded. Only the top 3 would be rewarded. Because this was the first official sect competition after the rise of the true sword sect, the rewards this time were quite generous. In particular, the rewards for the top 3 were even more enviable. Halfway through the competition, during the break, Chu-Mu suddenly announced that there would be an additional reward for the top 3 contestants, which was to receive his swordsmanship guidance for a month. The true sword sect only cultivated the sword. Therefore, the disciples of the true sword sect were all swordsmen. If they could control sword energy, they would be sword cultivators. However, up until now, there had yet to be a sword cultivator who could control sword energy. They all knew that Chu-Mu's swordsmanship was superb. This was especially true for the 10 core disciples who had followed Chu-Mu. They had personally witnessed their sect masters' terrifying swordsmanship. They were extremely moved by the opportunity to learn swordsmanship from Chu-Mu, even if it was only for a short month. They felt that all the other rewards couldn't compare to this. In the true sword sect, the sword was everything. With this motivation, they fought even harder and even more brilliantly. After 5 days and 5 nights of fighting, the sect grand competition finally came to an end. The top 3 official disciples, top 3 elite disciples, and top 3 core disciples had obtained the qualifications to learn swordsmanship from Chu-Mu for a month. This made everyone envious. Once they finished receiving his guidance, they would be even more envious. After the competition ended, the 9 disciples left with Chu-Mu. After watching their competition, Chu-Mu was very clear about their swordsmanship attainments and styles. It was effortless for him to give them pointers. One had to know that Chu-Mu's swordsmanship had already reached the pinnacle of one with the sword. As for the 9 disciples, the official disciples had barely touched the boundary of one with the sword. The elite disciples were at the beginning of one with the sword, and the core disciples had barely touched the boundary of one with the sword. The boundary of swordsmanship was only a part of the sword Tao. The essence of swordsmanship, sword energy, and so on were also necessary to compose the sword Tao. Chu-Mu's few words of guidance were clearly layered and immediately caused the 9 disciples to feel as if they had suddenly seen the light. It was as if the questions that had plagued them for many years had suddenly been solved. Spiritual thoughts poured into their bodies like clear spring water flowing through their bodies. This kind of beauty was indescribable with words. "All right, go and absorb it," said Chu-Mu. Although it was a month, Chu-Mu couldn't give them pointers every day. Even if he was willing, he had to consider whether they could absorb it. The merit of 1 pointers was enough for them to digest for several days. After entering the secret cultivation room, Chu-Mu fell into deep thought again. It was easy to give pointers to the 9 disciples, but it was extremely difficult to think about his own problem. There were many obstacles. Over and over again, cultivating, practicing swordsmanship, comprehending, thinking, and giving pointers. Very soon, a month passed. The 9 disciples had their own gains. What was certain was that each of their swordsmanship had made great progress. The 3 core disciples, who had barely reached the beginning of one with the sword, had completely stabilized at the beginning of one with the sword. The 3 elite disciples had stabilized at the beginning of one with the sword. As for the 3 official disciples, they had barely reached the beginning of one with the sword. The improvement in a month was equivalent to several years of hard work. It was like a miracle. After a month, Chu-Mu's swordsmanship had not only been consolidated, but had also truly reached the peak of one with the sword. There was no room for improvement unless he broke through the current realm. However, Chu-Mu didn't know what the next realm was. If he didn't know, he wouldn't be able to successfully break through, because there was no goal. In his distress, Chu-Mu once again entered the interior of the sword sect spiritual seal. He felt that only Bai Ling could bring him a breakthrough, so he had to look for Bai Ling. Perhaps it was because Bai Ling knew what Chu-Mu was thinking, but she was sitting in the pavilion with a leisurely look. "Senior." Chu-Mu walked over and greeted her respectfully. "Sit," Bai Ling said slowly. Chu-Mu sat down and wanted to ask, but when he saw Bai Ling's expression, he felt a little restrained and didn't know how to ask. Every time Chu-Mu sat in front of Bai Ling, he felt as if he had become a junior. This feeling was something that he didn't even feel when facing a saint-level expert. This was an absolute difference in realm and also a difference in bearing. Not bad. You have reached the peak of one with the sword. You can break through now. Bai Ling glanced at Chu Mu. Her calm and clear eyes seemed to be able to see through everything and see through all of Chu Mu's secrets. Chu Mu didn't feel uncomfortable at all. When he heard Bai Ling's words, his heart trembled. Wasn't this what he was pursuing? Although the realm of swordsmanship was a part of the way of the sword, it was an extremely important and indispensable part. He looked at Bai Ling expectantly, waiting for her to continue. However, Bai Ling seemed to want to whet Chu Mu's appetite. She paused and didn't speak. "Senior, I have been thinking hard, but I keep feeling that I'm missing something. However, I can't understand it. Please enlighten me." After taking a deep breath, Chu Mu said solemnly, "The realm of swordsmanship is one with the sword. However, this is only the beginning." When Bai Ling heard this, she smiled faintly and said slowly, "Man and sword is one. The sword is like an extension of the body and the arm. Only then can one wield and control the sword with ease. However, this is only on the surface level and has not gone deeper." As she spoke, Bai Ling's finger pointed at her heart. Hearing Bai Ling's words and seeing the movement of Bai Ling's finger, Chu Mu's pupils instantly shrank. A sharp light shot out like a sword. His spiritual world shook. This was a spiritual storm created by his thoughts. It raged through his spiritual world. In an instant, countless comprehensions surged from the depths of his soul. It was like an instinct that was branded in the depths of his soul. Man and sword is one. The sword is an extension of the man, an extension of the arm, yet it only stays on the surface level. Chu Mu muttered almost unconsciously. Countless comprehensions intersected and surged forth. It was a bit messy and had to be sorted out. Scene after scene of him practicing swordsmanship appeared one after another, and the speed was extremely fast, flashing by in the blink of an eye. If I want to improve, I have to improve. I don't stick to the surface level. I have to go deeper. Heart, he muttered subconsciously and pointed at his heart. It was as if there was some secret hidden there. A trace of confusion appeared in Chu Mu's eyes again. Bai Ling didn't say anything else. She only faintly smiled as she looked at Chu Mu. She was somewhat expectant as to whether this young generation would be able to successfully comprehend and break through under her guidance. Previously, there were a few people who had passed the fourth stage. They had all received her guidance. However, no one could break through, so they were not qualified to obtain the secret of the Sword Sect Spirit Seal. Chu Mu, whether it was age, talent, comprehension, or swordsmanship, was much better than the previous dozens of people. It could be said that he was the most promising person to comprehend and break through. Heart, sword. As she murmured, the scenes became orderly. The storm of thoughts also calmed down. Her spiritual world seemed to be returning to calmness. A feeling of vastness appeared in his heart. Around Chu Mu, traces of sharpness appeared out of thin air. It was invisible, colorless, and silent. Heart, sword, heart, sword. She repeated it again and again. The bright light shone brightly. There is a sword in my heart. In an instant, Bai Ling's eyes shone brightly. Chapter 1350. Sword in the Heart. The dignified Huang Zheng's voice sounded in his mind. In that instant, Chu Mu understood. The next realm after becoming one with the sword. Sword in the heart. Although the realm of becoming one with the sword sounded profound, in the eyes of a true sword expert, it was merely the beginning, stopping at the surface level. It could also be said that it was the peak of the surface level. Sword in the heart, on the other hand, was a higher realm of sword skills, a sublimation from the outside to the inside. The complete name of the realm of sword in the heart was sword in the heart, no sword in the hand. In other words, as long as there was a sword in the heart, even if there was no sword in the hand, one could still release the terrifying power of the sword. Since ancient times, how many sword experts had been stuck at the realm of sword in the world, unable to break through in their lifetime? One external, one internal, the difference between the two realms was obvious. Chu Mu was surrounded by countless rays of sword chi, sharp and sharp, cutting through the space around him as if it was about to be torn apart. In the next moment, these sharp rays of sword chi pierced into Chu Mu's body, entering through every pore on his body. Inside his spiritual world, the two tyrannical top high god rank sword intents also released a shocking sharpness. Powerful fluctuations will pierce through Huang Xiaolong's body. The top high god rank imperishable sword intent merged with the top high god rank ordinary sword intent. In that instant, there seemed to be signs of surpassing the peak high god rank sword intent. With a new sword intent as the commander, it controlled all the power. The countless sharp sword auras that entered Chu Mu's body seemed to have been summoned and unified. They all surged towards his heart and gathered there. A sword shadow condensed in Huang Xiaolong's heart. As the sharp rays of sword chi entered his heart, the sword shadow seemed to be hammered and tempered 1,000 times, becoming more and more solid. In the end, the supreme sword intent pierced through time and space, descending on the materialized sword shadow, merging with it. A bright light flashed, and the sharp rays of sword chi converged. The materialized sword shadow seemed to have turned into a real sword, emitting a metallic luster. The silver sword in Huang Xiaolong's heart was cold and sharp, shining in all directions. From inside to outside, Chu Mu's body exuded a shocking sharpness, as if he was a divine sword unsheathed, exuding its sharpness without restraint. There was a sword in his heart. Chu Mu came to his senses. Suddenly, his understanding of swordsmanship leaped to a whole new level. Everything that he didn't understand in the past was now clear to him. It was a wonderful feeling to be able to see the blue sky after clearing the clouds. Looking around, he realized that the environment gave him a different feeling. It was as if it had been cleansed and became clearer. Looking at Bai Ling, she was still mysterious and unfathomable, but there seemed to be a layer missing, making her more real. "You really didn't disappoint me." Bai Ling smiled. "Senior, please advise me," Chu Mu said respectfully to Bai Ling, full of fighting spirit. Now that he had made a breakthrough in his swordsmanship, his attainments in swordsmanship had increased by leaps and bounds. Chu Mu felt that with his current level, even if he hadn't completely consolidated it, he was much stronger than before. He could definitely fight Bai Ling. Even if he wasn't a match for her, he wouldn't lose so easily. Bai Ling smiled and said, "Then be careful, I'm going to attack." As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Mu saw Bai Ling wave her hand. A snow-white sword light streaked across the sky. The sword light wasn't sharp at all. Instead, it had a kind of smoothness to it, as if it was a hole. There was no beginning or end, and there were no flaws. The speed of the sword light didn't seem to be fast at all. However, Chu Mu didn't know why, but he couldn't react. He could only watch as the sword light leisurely streaked across the sky, crossing a distance of a few meters and piercing towards his forehead. A heavy feeling of powerlessness spread throughout his body. This made Chu Mu deeply understand what it meant to have the will, but not the strength. Now his vision and his six senses could all capture the sword light. However, his body seemed to have stiffened and separated from his consciousness. He couldn't control it and couldn't react in time. One sword, instant kill. After leaving the sword sect spiritual mark, Chu Mu couldn't be more depressed in the secret cultivation room. His sword technique had broken through to a whole new level, but he still lost. Losing was within his expectations, but just like before, he was instantly killed by a sword. This kind of result was too unexpected. Chu Mu couldn't accept it for a while. Discouraged, this was the portrayal of Chu Mu's current state. The difference was just too great. Fortunately, his will had always been firm and his sword intent was extraordinary. However, it still took him some time to eliminate these negative emotions. Otherwise, if this continued for a long time, it would only affect his mind. There's a huge difference between having a sword in the heart and becoming one with the sword. It's like the difference between the nirvana realm and the eternal realm. However, it's extremely difficult to raise the level of sword technique. In a short period of time, I can't raise the level of having a sword in the heart. Defeating Bai Ling is an extravagant hope, Chu Mu thought to himself. Bai Ling was the examiner of the 5th test, and perhaps the last test. According to his previous experience, defeating Bai Ling was the only way to pass the test and unlock the secret of the sword sect spiritual mark. In addition to being dispirited, Chu Mu was also a little excited. The difficulty of the test meant that the secret of the sword sect spiritual mark was extremely shocking. At that time, after defeating Bai Ling and unlocking the secret of the sword sect spiritual mark, there might be a huge harvest. Thinking of this, Chu Mu was even more motivated. The current plan was to first consolidate the state of having a sword in the heart. Now that he had just broken through, his thoughts and consciousness had been greatly improved. There was a slight feeling of being separated from his body. He had to refine it and achieve synchronization. Only then would the awkward situation of being unable to react in time like before occur. The slightest delay was fatal in a battle between powerhouses. The major breakthrough in the level of sword technique was extremely important to Chu Mu. It allowed his perception, understanding, and mastery of the sword to rise to a whole new level. This kind of improvement was extremely shocking. With the sword in his hand, there was an indescribable feeling. It was as if the sword grew from his heart. It was even more exquisite than the extension of his arm. Chu Mu released his hand, but the sword did not fall. Instead, it floated in front of him. He did not use sword origin, nor did he use his spiritual sense. He only relied on the feeling in his heart. The sword floated in the air just like that. With a thought, the sword slowly revolved around Chu Mu. It was somewhat stiff and rough. However, before this, Chu Mu could not do this. Although this method did not have much power, it displayed Chu Mu's absolute control of the sword. Holding the sword in his hand again, Xiao Qin began to practice his sword technique. It was still a basic sword technique, but when he practiced it now, the feeling was completely different. It was a deeper level, straight to the essence. Every strike seemed ordinary, but it contained shocking power. Just a simple stab seemed to be able to pierce through the void. Chu Mu immersed himself in it, forgetting everything as he continuously practiced the sword. The process of practicing the sword was also the process of familiarizing himself with the new level. It allowed his body and consciousness to synchronize and coordinate again. This time, the practice lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Only then did Chu Mu stop. His thoughts were flowing like a spring. His understanding of the sword technique seemed to have improved again. The sharpness on his body was even stronger. Now, Chu Mu's level of sword technique could be said to be at the entry level of having a sword in his heart. He had not completely consolidated it yet. This level had already surpassed the vast majority of saint experts. Even some high-level sword saints might not be able to match Chu Mu in terms of sword technique. At this point, Chu Mu had a deeper understanding. He originally thought that he had comprehended the heart of the sword, but now he understood that the heart of the sword was only on the surface level. It was just an illusory saying. Now, with a sword in his heart, it was the heart of the sword, the true heart of the sword. After practicing the sword for 3 days and 3 nights, Chu Mu did not leave the secret cultivation room. Instead, he meditated on other sword techniques. For example, the various sword techniques that he had practiced before, such as fierce wind, fast sword, autumn water, long sky, and so on, had not been used for a long time. Now that he had meditated on them, they had completely surpassed their original level and reached an amazing level. Chu Mu meditated on the ancient, archaic sword technique again. He was pleasantly surprised to find that he had easily grasped the essence of the ancient, archaic sword technique. It did not take long for him to completely understand the ancient, archaic sword technique and see the pros and cons of it. In just 3 days, Chu Mu had modified the drawbacks of the ancient, archaic sword technique and improved it. Unknowingly, the new ancient, archaic sword technique had become stronger and reached the high level of the heaven level. Such a change made Chu Mu extremely excited. The realm of having a sword in the heart was indeed very terrifying. Perhaps I can create my own sword technique. An idea suddenly jumped out of his mind like a seed, taking root and growing out of control. Chu Mu immediately thought about the feasibility of creating his own sword technique. It was necessary to create his own sword technique. However, his current accumulation was far from enough. Indeed, with Chu Mu's current attainments in realm, it was not difficult to create one or even several sword techniques. However, the sword techniques that he created would not be the perfect sword technique in his mind. He needed more comprehension, more experience, and more knowledge to be able to create the perfect sword technique in his mind. Only then would he be able to create the most suitable sword technique for himself. To achieve that step, it would take a lot of time and energy. However, Chu Mu was willing to pay for it because he felt that if he could succeed, then his strength would skyrocket to a point that would surprise even himself. No one would dislike more powerful strength without any sequelae. That was the lifelong pursuit of all cultivators. Although he could not create the perfect sword technique in his mind now, it did not prevent Chu Mu from creating a few sword techniques to play with. He could also treat it as practice and prepare to create the perfect sword technique in the future. Immediately, Chu Mu consciously created the sword techniques according to the various sword techniques that he had cultivated and seen, as well as the sword techniques stored in the real sword sect. Under the control of sword intent and the support of the realm of the sword in the heart, he consciously created them. He took the essence and removed the dross, coordinated and integrated it, and tried it himself. Gradually, he perfected it. From beginning to end, Chu Mu had spent a total of half a month to create 4 sword techniques. Moreover, he had perfected them to the greatest extent possible, reaching the limits of what he could currently achieve. Of course, since Chu Mu was able to upgrade the ancient, archaic sword technique from the middle level of the heaven level to the high level of the heaven level, the 4 sword techniques that he created were flawless in the eyes of most sword saints. They could be called perfect. Chapter 1351. Among the 4 sword techniques, the first one was called Wind and Thunder Break. It carried the power of wind and thunder. It was swift, fierce, and violent. It was a peak-tier yellow class sword technique. Its power was at the peak of the yellow class. After mastering its essence, its power would not be inferior to a low-tier black class sword technique. The second sword art was called the Long River Sword Art. Its attack was like the water of a long river, continuous and inexhaustible. It was a powerful sword art that had reached the peak of the profound class. After mastering it, it could be comparable to a low-tier earth class sword art, or even slightly better. The third sword technique was called the Iron Slashing Sword Technique. It was extremely sharp and indestructible. It was incomparably sharp and terrifying. It was a sword technique that had reached the peak of the earth grade. In a sense, its power was not inferior to an ordinary heaven grade, low-tier sword technique. Strictly speaking, these 3 sword techniques were not difficult for Chu Mu to create. He only used 5 or 6 days to create them. The rest of the time, other than perfecting them, was mainly used to create and perfect the 4th sword technique. Chu Mu named the 4th sword technique Zhen, Xian, sword technique. It was a sword technique that Chu Mu spent a lot of effort on. This sword technique was different from the other 3. It was not limited to fusing with the power of heaven and earth. In short, anyone could cultivate this sword technique and fuse with the power of heaven and earth, allowing the sword technique to have a different performance. To Chu Mu, these sword techniques were too low level. Even the high-tier heaven-class ancient sword technique was ordinary to Chu Mu. It seemed that even a peak-tier heaven-class sword technique would not shock Chu. He even had a feeling that such a sword technique was not a true sword technique. However, he was not sure what it was. After coming out of seclusion, he summoned Elder Yunfeng and Elder Yunhe. Guest Elder Yangzhen was also called over. Study these 4 sword techniques and put them in the teaching peak for the disciples to cultivate. Chu had already recorded the 4 sword techniques and handed them to everyone. Elder Yunfeng took the scroll and looked at it carefully. It was the first sword technique, yellow class top tier. With his level of attainment, he was able to understand it very quickly. It was because of this that he could not help but shout out, "What an exquisite sword technique! It can be said to be perfect." Elder Yunfeng could not help but exclaim. Even Yang Zhen, a saint-level expert, couldn't see any flaws in it. It was so perfect that it was integrated into a whole. Sect Master, each of these 4 sword techniques is stronger than the last. They're much stronger than the various sword techniques collected by our true sword sect. Elder Yin, he exclaimed. Yes, in the future, these 4 sword techniques will be the main sword techniques of the true sword sect, Chu said. Speaking of which, it wasn't easy for the true sword sect either. In the entire sect, there was only one heaven-level sword technique, and it was only at the low-tier heaven level. It couldn't be compared to the true profound sword technique. That's great. With these 4 sword techniques, I believe that after the disciples cultivate them, their strength will increase by a lot. Yunfeng said happily. After Yangzhen saw it, he was very tempted. He had the idea of focusing on sword techniques. This wasn't impossible. He cultivated both spells and sword techniques. Among the saint-level experts, he was relatively mediocre. If he focused on sword techniques, it might have a miraculous effect. However, this wasn't a small matter. He had to think about it carefully. After handing the sword techniques to the elders to study, Chu left them alone. After patrolling around the true sword sect, there was nothing much to do. After taking a break, he entered the secret cultivation room again. This time, Chu began to cultivate the 5 elements secret arts. He was wondering if the sword in the heart realm would be helpful to the secret arts. As soon as he tried, Chu was pleasantly surprised. As expected, the sword in the heart realm would be helpful to the cultivation of the secret arts. However, the effect wasn't as obvious as the sword techniques. The secret arts were carried by the sword. Part of the sword techniques was quickly grasped, while the other part was actually the deeper application of the power of heaven and earth. Chu used the sword techniques to carry it, and then he deepened his understanding quickly. Chu had already cultivated the 5 elements secret arts to the small success realm. Now that his understanding had deepened rapidly, he was able to perform them without any delay. He changed his focus temporarily and focused on the 5 elements secret arts. He planned to solve the secret of the 5 spirits, secret pagoda, first. As for the improvement of the sword techniques, it wasn't something that could be done overnight. It had to be calculated in years. In the short term, at least within the next 10 years, Chu felt that there was no hope of defeating Bai Ling. Since that was the case, he couldn't put his time into the cultivation of the sword techniques and neglect other things. If he didn't have anything to worry about, it wasn't impossible. However, the current situation didn't allow it. Cultivating the 5 elements secret arts was not only to solve the final secret of the 5 spirits, secret pagoda, but also to improve his own strength. For a whole month, Chu cultivated tirelessly. Finally, he cultivated the 5 elements secret arts to the same level as Deshang. After informing the elders that he was going to cultivate in seclusion for a while, Chu activated the 5 spirits order and entered the 5 spirits secret pagoda for the 3rd time. On the 2nd floor of the 5 spirits secret pagoda, Chu chose to challenge it without hesitation. 5 rays of light appeared from all directions and gathered together. As they rotated, they finally gathered together and a life was born. The 5 rays of light converged, and a strange-looking life appeared in front of Chu-Mu. It looked like a human, but had 4 arms. Its body was brown, and the 4 arms were gold, green, blue, and red respectively. They emitted different auras. The 5 elements spiritual beast king. Once Chu-Mu's opponent chose to challenge him, there was no way out. If the opponent didn't die, then Chu-Mu would die. It was a powerful opponent. Just from the aura, Chu-Mu knew that the 5 elements spirit beast king's cultivation was comparable to the 7th sky of Nirvana realm. However, it was definitely more powerful than an ordinary 7th sky of Nirvana realm. The most important thing was that the other heavens and earth were restrained here. Only the 5 elements' rule power could be used. The sky beheading sword appeared in his hand. They were connected by blood. The imperishable sword also appeared in his left hand. This was a battle of life and death. There was no room for carelessness. Without saying anything, Chu-Mu attacked directly. The gold force field was released. The 5 elements' sharp gold sword slashed out. The golden rays of light pierced through the air. It was extremely sharp. Then, the gold force field changed to the water force field. Gold gave birth to water. The 5 elements, flowing water, sword, slashed out. The wood force field, water force field. However, before the 5 elements green wood sword could be used, the 5 elements spirit beast king counterattacked. It shattered 2 of Chu-Mu's sword light, and a terrifying power blasted out. The 5-colored profound light was like a sharp cone spiral. It was extremely terrifying. The 2 swords slashed out and then dodged. The state of having a sword in his heart allowed Chu-Mu to do whatever he wanted during the battle. His mind was sharp and his reaction was fast. Although the 5 elements spirit beast king's attack was powerful enough to kill any 7th sky of Nirvana realm cultivator, it could not hit Chu-Mu. Chu-Mu seemed to be at ease. If it was before, he would definitely not be able to do this. The feeling of controlling the sword with his heart and becoming one with the sword was completely different. It was effortless. The powerful strength made Chu-Mu's mentality change quietly. The 5 elements spirit beast king became his sword test stone to test his strength. It had to be said that the 5 elements spirit beast king was very powerful. The power of each of its attacks was very shocking. Once hit, death was inevitable. The 5 elements spirit beast king's mastery and application of the power of the 5 elements was above Chu-Mu. Chu-Mu fought with the 5 elements spirit beast king. In addition to testing his current strength, he could also learn the application of the power of the 5 elements from the 5 elements spirit beast king. He could further improve his mastery and application of the power of the 5 elements. In this way, the power of the 5 elements secret art and the 5 elements force field would also be improved. The 5 elemental spirit beast king possessed simple intelligence. It attacked many times, but it was unable to hit Chu-Mu. Chu-Mu's counterattack had even injured it. Full of anger, the 5 elemental spirit beast king let out a berserk roar. Its astonishing aura soared into the sky and bombarded the surroundings. Its body seemed to have expanded by one size and became berserk. Not only could the 5 elements spirit beast king attack from afar, it could also fight in close range. Its power was very terrifying. When it combined the power of the 5 elements into one, its power was very terrifying. Not to mention the 7th sky of the Nirvana realm. Even a 9th sky of the Nirvana realm would most likely die if hit. Of course, this did not mean that Chu-Mu could fight against a 9th sky of the Nirvana realm cultivator. After all, cultivators were different from the 5 elements spirit beast king. Dodging and counterattacking again and again, Chu-Mu's application of the 5 elements secret art was getting deeper and deeper. He was getting more and more free to switch between them. After the sword realm reached the sword in the heart realm, learning and comprehending things related to the sword became faster. After about an hour, Chu Mu learned a more advanced application of the power of the 5 elements from the 5 elements Spirit Beast King. Metal force field, 5 elements sharp metal sword. Water force field, 5 elements flowing water sword. Wood force field, 5 elements greenwood sword. Fire force field, 5 elements raging fire sword. Earth force field, and 5 elements thick earth sword. As the 2 swords alternated, the 5 elements force field quickly changed, and the 5 secret arts were used in turn. The power of the 5 elements thick earth sword was more than twice the original power. The brown sword light crossed the sky and slashed down. It was incomparably heavy, as if it was condensed into a mountain, crushing everything. The 5 elements Spirit Beast King could not dodge and was hit directly. With a boom, the 5 elements secret pagoda seemed to be shaking. The continuous bombardment of the 5 secret arts caused damage to the 5 elements Spirit Beast King again and again, especially the last 5 elements thick earth sword. Its power was unbelievably tyrannical. When it slashed down, the 5 elements Spirit Beast King's body suddenly trembled and cracks appeared on its body. Since he had already verified his current strength, Chu Mu did not hold back anymore. He raised the sky beheading sword. The golden light surged and the blue light flowed. Gold and blue coexisted, intertwining and intertwining, emitting an incomparably sharp and continuous aura. The sword slashed out. The golden blue sword light pierced through the sky like an endless stream. It slashed the body of the 5 elements Spirit Beast King. The body of the 5 elements Spirit Beast King had already begun to crack. It could no longer withstand the attack of the sword. The 5 elements Spirit Beast King was dead. Chapter 1352. With an earth-shattering roar, the 5 elements Spirit Beast King disintegrated and died under Chu Mu's sword. It turned back into a ray of 5-colored light and dissipated on the 2nd level of the 5 spirits pagoda. Immediately, a 5-colored vortex appeared above where the 5 elements Spirit Beast King disappeared. It led to the 3rd level. Chu Mu was a little excited, but he quickly calmed down. In a flash, he appeared at the 5-colored vortex and disappeared into it. The power of the 5 elements became more intense. It made the power of the 5 elements rule in Chu Mu's spiritual world very active. The space on the 3rd level of the 5 spirits pagoda was smaller than the 2nd level. The first thing Chu Mu did was look at his surroundings. There was nothing in the 5 corners. This was different from the 1st and 2nd levels. The emptiness on the 3rd level was out of Chu Mu's expectation. The 5 elemental Spirit Beast King's strength was tyrannical. If his sword technique hadn't broken through to the level of having a sword in his heart, even if Chu Mu had trained his 5 elemental secret arts to great completion, it would still be difficult for him to defeat it. Under such difficult conditions, entering the 3rd level and finding nothing, the disparity caused Chu Mu's brows to slightly crease. Just as Chu Mu was surprised, waves of power appeared. It was the power of the 5 elements. It was very strong: gold, green, blue, red, and brown. The 5 divine lights seemed to come from the void. They gathered in the center of the 3rd level. The waves became more and more intense. Chu Mu's face turned serious. He raised his vigilance to the extreme. Under the power of the 5 elements, a shadow gradually condensed and became clear. Chu Mu was stunned. The shadow's appearance was very similar to a human. It was wearing a dark blue robe, which showed off its slender figure. There were golden, green, red, and brown patterns on the dark blue robe. Chu Mu was sure that this person was not a human, because his ears were longer than a human's, and his pupils were not black like a human's. They were a deep blue. Although it was just a shadow, it gave Chu Mu a terrible pressure. He was almost suffocating, as if facing a great enemy. Chu Mu took out the sky-beheading sword and the imperishable sword. Junior of the human race, there's no need to be nervous. I bear you no ill will." The slender figure and deep blue eyes fell on Chumu's face. Suddenly, Chumu had a strange feeling, as if he was looking at a deep and endless ocean. "I am the Five Spirits, Sword Saint of the Five Spirits clan, junior of the human race. It is your fortune to be able to enter the Five Spirits mystery realm." "The Five Spirits," Sword Saint slowly said, "the inheritances on the first and second levels of the Five Spirits Pagoda are all preliminary inheritances. Now, I will give you the Real inheritance." As he spoke, the Five Spirit Sword Saint extended a finger, and a five-colored ray of light carrying a sliver of sharpness shot out. It was unavoidable and shot into Chumu's forehead, straight into his mental world and into the depths of his mind. Pieces of information appeared at an extremely fast speed, making Chumu feel overwhelmed. After a while, the Five Elemental Sword Saint retracted his finger. His figure became very faint, as if he would disappear with a gust of wind. "I have a request. If you meet the Five Spirits clan one day, I hope you can pass down the Five Spirits mystery technique to them. If the Five Spirits clan is in trouble and you have the ability, I hope you can help. This is my request." The Five Elemental Sword Saint, who was about to disappear, said to Chumu, "Okay." Chumu thought for a moment and agreed. The Five Elemental Sword Saint was from the Five Spirits clan. It was natural for him to pass down the Five Spirits mystery technique to the Five Spirits clan. If the Five Spirits clan was in trouble, Chumu would help. This was based on the fact that he had the corresponding ability. In other words, if the danger was too great and exceeded Chumu's ability, Chumu could ignore it. "I hope you can do it." The Five Elemental Sword Saint looked deeply at Chumu and said, "As a reward, this deep blue god pearl is yours. Perhaps one day you will obtain all of the deep blue god pearls and enter the center of the world." As he said this, the Five Elemental Sword Saint's figure disappeared. A deep blue bead floated in the air, emitting a weak light. This light was also deep blue and seemed incomparably deep. It was incomparably enchanting. Looking at it, one's soul would be sucked in, unable to extricate itself. With a powerful will, Chumu didn't lose himself in it. He reached out, and the deep blue god pearl flew into his hand as he carefully examined it. The deep blue god pearl was a deep blue color. It was as boundless as the sea and was about the size of an egg. Chumu carefully examined it and discovered that there were 3 golden runes within the deep blue god pearl. These runes looked very strange, as if they contained a mysterious and unfathomable strength. The 3 mysterious golden runes seemed to be carved on the surface of the deep blue god pearl, but they also seemed to be on the inside. It was very strange. Chumu fiddled with the deep blue god pearl for a while before storing it in his pocket space. That was the safest option. Only now did he know that the real name of the 18 god pearls was the deep blue god pearl. Deep blue world, deep blue god pearl. The 5 elemental sword saints' last words made Chumu extremely excited. Chumu's mission was to find the world spirit. The world spirit was most likely located in the center of the world. However, it was hard to say where the center of the world was. It might be in the center of the deep blue world, but the world was vast, and he might not be able to find it. After learning about the 18 god pearls and the so-called secret of the world, Chumu wondered if it had something to do with the world spirit. Now, the 5 elemental sword saints' words made Chumu even more certain that the 18 god pearls were indeed related to the world spirit. After learning this, Chumu was in a good mood. He quickly left the 5 elemental pagoda and appeared outside. It was still as barren as before. After he left the 5 elemental pagoda, the 5 elemental order also disappeared. He took out the colossal sword-flying ship and boarded it. He activated its maximum speed and flew towards the ancient Beast Mountain. Inside the colossal sword, Chu Mu immersed himself in reading the Five Elemental Sword Saints' final inheritance, the so-called Five Elemental Mystic Canon. As he gradually organized it, Chu Mu knew that there were a total of 5 cultivation techniques recorded in the Five Elemental Mystic Canon. They cultivated the elemental energy of the 5 elements, respectively. It seemed that one could cultivate multiple cultivation techniques at the same time. For example, the 5 Elemental Sword Saint cultivated 5 cultivation techniques at the same time. Chu Mu cultivated the divine wilderness sword art. It was not weaker than cultivating 5 elemental cultivation techniques at the same time. Naturally, he would not switch cultivation techniques, as that would be troublesome. Other than the 5 techniques, there were the 5 elemental techniques and 5 force fields that Chu Mu had cultivated. Other than that, there were the various experiences and comprehensions of the 5 spirit sword saints' sword techniques, as well as the various experiences and comprehensions of the techniques he had cultivated. Lastly, there was an absolute art. It was a high-level absolute art called the 5 Elemental Revolving Sword. In the Sky-Bearing Academy, Chu Mu had read many books and understood that there were humans, sea race, and heavenly race in the deep blue world. As for the 5 elemental tribes, he only knew about them recently. It seemed that the deep blue world was much richer than what he had previously understood. However, Chu Mu would not purposely inquire about the 5 elemental tribes. If he was fated to meet them, he would naturally meet them. At that time, he would fulfill his promise to the 5 elemental sword saint. What made Chu Mu curious was that since the 5 elemental sword saint was a sword saint, he must have grasp sword force. Human sword saints could not cultivate both spells and sword techniques at the same time because that would not be pure enough. The 5 elemental sword saint was rather special. Not only did he grasp sword force, he also cultivated spells. Was he special, or did the 5 elemental tribes all have this ability? After thinking about it, the latter was more likely. It seemed that the 5 elemental tribes were not ordinary. Even if they met in the future, he would not be able to help much. This would save him a lot of trouble. The speed of the giant sword ship was very fast, but it would take some time to return to the ancient Beast Mountain. During this time, Chu Mu used all his strength to absorb the sword experience left behind by the 5 elemental sword saint. As a sword saint, and a high-level one at that, the 5 elemental sword saint had profound attainments in sword techniques. His experience in sword techniques was incomparably rich, far above that of Chu Mu. After all, the 5 elemental sword saint had lived for many times longer than Chu Mu. The number of battles he had fought was also many times more than Chu Mu. All kinds of experiences, all kinds of cultivation, and all kinds of other things far surpassed Chu Mu. He was a senior figure. Therefore, the sword experience left behind by the 5 elemental sword saint was very useful to Chu Mu. After completely absorbing it, Chu Mu felt that his level of sword techniques would increase significantly. Perhaps defeating Bai Ling and unlocking the secret of the sword sect spiritual seal would shorten the time needed again. As for the 5 elemental revolving sword technique, Chu Mu would also cultivate it, but not now. Sword techniques were the foundation. Once he improved, everything related to sword techniques would become easier to cultivate. The giant sword ship flew for close to 20 days. Fortunately, Chu Mu had many origin pills in reserve, which were enough to support the giant sword ship's flight. Only then did they arrive at the ancient Beast Mountain. After close to 20 days of comprehension, Chu Mu had absorbed part of the 5 elemental sword saint's experience. His horizons were broadened, and his attainments in sword techniques had increased. He had completely consolidated the level of heart with sword. Next, he would do his best to improve. When Chu Mu returned, he did not disturb anyone. First, he patrolled around the true sword sect. During the time he was away, the true sword sect was fine. Nothing had happened. After patrolling, Chu Mu summoned the 2 elders, Yun Feng and Yun He. Then he entered the cultivation room again and focused on absorbing the 5 elemental sword saint's experience. The 5 elemental sword saint had practiced the sword for thousands of years. His understanding of the sword and sword techniques had its own unique points. His knowledge and experience had also enriched his sword techniques and brought him a kind of life trajectory. Not all of these things were suitable for Chu Mu. It could even be said that most of them were not suitable for him. If Chu Mu wanted to absorb them, he had to remove the parts that were not suitable for him and absorb the parts that were suitable for him. Only then would he be able to absorb them. In this situation, cultivation was the biggest limiting factor for Chu Mu's strength. Unfortunately, his cultivation increased very slowly. Unless he could obtain a large number of treasures and open up the spiritual pool, he would be able to quickly improve. Even though the speed of improvement was slow, Chu Mu still did not give up. He persisted in cultivating every day. It had already become a habit. Cultivate, practice the sword, absorb the experience, and then cultivate the 5 elemental revolving sword technique. The 5 elemental revolving sword technique did not have much to do with the 5 elemental revolving sword technique. Therefore, it was not easy to cultivate it. However, in the end, it was based on the sword technique. With the heart with sword, Chu Mu still comprehended it quickly. Chapter 1353. The disciples of the true sword sect had to cultivate every day, and some of them had to be on duty. They had to guard the mines or search for resources in the ancient Beast Mountain. The 4 sword techniques that Chu Mu had created had become the legacy sword techniques of the true sword sect. Any disciple with enough contribution points could exchange for them. The threshold for exchange was not high. As long as the disciples were sincere in doing missions to earn contribution points, they could exchange for the corresponding sword techniques. For example, the official disciples could exchange for the wind and thunder break sword technique. The elite disciples could exchange for the long river sword technique, and the core disciples could exchange for the iron slash sword technique. As for the heaven-class low-tier true mystery sword technique, only the 2 elders, Yun Feng and Yun He, were practicing it. I still need 3,000 contribution points to exchange for the true mystery sword technique. The number 1 core disciple clenched his fist. 3,000 contribution points was a lot for the official disciples, but it was not much for the core disciples. The sect master's private training room could be considered the best training room in the entire sect. With the sky-slash sword in his hand, the 5-colored light flowed and intertwined. A powerful aura was released, and the power of the 5 elements fluctuated violently. He slashed out with his sword. The 5-colored sword light turned into a huge wheel made of 5 colors. It spun at a high speed and slashed at the sword testing stone. The 5-colored wheel continued to cut the sword testing stone. After a crack was cut on the hard sword testing stone, the power of the 5-colored wheel was used up and disappeared. Only the power of a saint could destroy the sword testing stone. Chu Mu's 5 elements rotating sword could cut a crack on the stone, which showed the power of this high-tier technique. As a high-tier technique, the power of the 5 elements rotating sword was not inferior to the void nirvana sword. With a low roar, Chu Mu swung his sword again. The 5-colored light appeared again. As he swung his sword, a 5-colored light will appeared around him, protecting him. The 5 elements revolving sword was an ultimate technique that the 5 spirits, Sword Saint, had created himself. It was also an ultimate technique that he was extremely proud of. It had 2 applications. The first application was to attack the target with a single slash. The second application was to defend oneself. It didn't take long for Chu Mu to cultivate the 5 elements revolving sword technique to the initial success stage and display its astonishing power. Gradually, Chu Mu's cultivation began to adjust. The 5 elements rule force was tempered by the 5 elements sutra, and the space rule force was resonated by the Void Breaker secret manual. There was no need for Chu Mu to worry about it. As for the other world forces, Chumu felt somewhat helpless. Wind and thunder, cloud and ice. Among them, cloud and ice were at the lowest level. Chumu really wanted to divide himself into 10 parts, and each part could cultivate a different type of cultivation. How nice would that be? That was just a thought. True cultivation was the way to go. His goal was clear, and the choice he made was the power of time. Previously, when he was in Sky-Bearing Academy, he had already finished tempering the power of time and reached the peak of the esoteric realm. He only needed an opportunity to break through. Originally, he planned to leave Sky-Bearing Academy after the esoteric realm had transformed into the Time Rule Force. Unexpectedly, there was an accident and he had to leave early. What happened after that was not within Chumu's control. Becoming the sect master of the real Sword Sect and unraveling the secret of the Sword Sect's spiritual seal had forced Chumu to temporarily put aside his cultivation of the power of time. Only now did he start again. There was no corresponding technique for cultivating the power of time. Hence, it was rather crude and simple. However, the esoteric realm had already reached the peak, and he had no time to care about it for a period of time. However, the breakthrough in the realm of the sword technique had led to the growth of Chumu's consciousness. 3 days later, the power of time finally ushered in a transformation. A unique aura spread out from Chumu's spiritual world, affecting the space around him. The flow of time became extremely unstable. Fortunately, it only affected Chumu's surroundings and couldn't cover the entire secret cultivation room. Otherwise, it would have caused a commotion. The color of the power of time was very mysterious. It seemed to be transparent, but it also seemed to be any color. It was indescribable. The power of time was constantly fluctuating. The aura was released, causing the power of time around him to resonate. Chumu's entire body became illusory. In a trance, he seemed to have become old. In another trance, he seemed to have become a child. In the spiritual world, the power of time instantly contracted and expanded. The aura stabilized. The fluctuations around Chumu also disappeared. When he opened his eyes, it was as if he had seen through the vicissitudes of life. It was like an illusion that disappeared in an instant. His eyes returned to normal. What a magical time rule! Chumu felt it and sighed. The esoteric realm of time had transformed into the time rule. Its power had increased tenfold. Moreover, Chumu could vaguely feel the flow of time around him. Time passed day by day. Everyone knew it. However, the intelligent life in it could only accept it. Under the flow of time, they lived their lives. Because they didn't understand it, they could only accept it. They couldn't resist it. Chumu was different now. He could feel the flow of time. It was like water washing his body. The feeling was very clear. He even had a feeling that he could control time. However, he couldn't do it now because he didn't have enough power. One day, he would be able to accelerate time, reverse time, and so on. This made Chumu full of expectations. The power of time had successfully transformed into the time rule. The subsequent refinement would be even more difficult. He wouldn't be able to break through in a short time. He couldn't break through to the beginner level of the sword in the heart in a short time either. He couldn't break through to the mid-stage of the 5th sky of Nirvana realm in a short time either. After thinking about it, Chumu had the idea of leaving this place and going to a wider world. Experience, battle, improve, and find other deep blue divine pearls. As soon as this idea popped up, there was an irrepressible intensity. If it was in the past, Chumu would certainly leave. However, the situation was different now. As the master of a sect, he had to consider more comprehensively. He had to make arrangements. This was a big mess. While thinking, Chumu took out the remnant page again. The eternal sword momentum once again jumped into his eyes. Chumu was suddenly stunned. He stared at the content of the remnant page. He couldn't take his eyes off it, as if he had turned into a statue. All kinds of comprehensions quickly emerged in his mind. The sword experience of the 5 spirits, Sword Saint, was absorbed by Chumu unconsciously at an unimaginable speed. Chu Mu finally understood the eternal sword momentum on the remnant page. If he could understand it, he could understand it. Under the state of the sword in the heart, and with the lifetime sword experience of the 5 spirits, Sword Saint, Chu Mu constantly understood the eternal sword momentum. So that's how it is. After a long time, Chu Mu's gaze moved away. He had already understood most of the eternal sword momentum. This was a sword technique, but it wasn't a sword technique. Simply put, the eternal sword momentum was actually a way to cultivate sword technique. It was a way to use the sword in one's hand. It wasn't an offensive move, nor did it have any defensive ability. However, the eternal sword momentum allowed Chu Mu to see the huge potential contained in it. The way to use the sword. He couldn't help but sigh. The person who created this eternal sword momentum was far superior to him in the realm of sword technique. This was because this eternal sword momentum could only be comprehended after his sword technique realm broke through to the level of the sword in the heart. It could also have an effect on the cultivation of the sword in the heart realm. For a time, Chu Mu forgot about the idea of leaving the true sword sect. He wholeheartedly comprehended the eternal sword momentum. After comprehending for a while, Chu Mu pulled out his sword and started cultivating. His swinging of the sword didn't seem to have any method. It was as if he was a person who had just come into contact with the sword. It was very rough. If a sword expert saw it, they would probably frown. However, as Chu Mu moved, the swinging of the sword became more and more exquisite. Although there was no method or pattern to each of his swings, they were very accurate. The speed, accuracy, and fierceness of the sword technique were displayed to the extreme. Cultivating would make people forget the passage of time. Chu Mu practiced for a while, then stopped to comprehend the eternal sword momentum for a while, then practiced for a while. Unknowingly, his control and application of the sword became more and more at will. Unknowingly, Chu Mu cultivated for a few days. Only then did he remember that he hadn't left the secret cultivation room for a while. He temporarily put down his cultivation and left the secret cultivation room. Elder Yun Feng came to find him. Sect Master, according to the usual practice, it's time to recruit disciples again, Elder Yun Feng reported. Right now, the True Sword sect did indeed have fewer disciples. If a sect wanted to develop, there were 2 ways. One was to walk the path of elites. That was, every disciple was an elite. They were all true geniuses. However, this method was too difficult. It required enough resources and a strong enough foundation. Otherwise, those true geniuses wouldn't choose this method. Therefore, most sects would use the second method to develop, and that was to recruit disciples. With more disciples, there would naturally be some geniuses. When they matured, it would be extremely beneficial to the sect. Would it cost more resources to recruit disciples? Actually, it didn't. With more disciples, there would be differences in quality. Furthermore, the sect had corresponding rules. The sect's resources weren't that easy to obtain. Many disciples competed, and in the end, only the best would remain. If the True Sword sect wanted to develop, they had to recruit more disciples. At the foot of Ancient Beast Mountain, there were many disciples in name. They were the first choice for True Sword sect's new disciples. In addition, they could also recruit disciples from the surrounding areas. Ancient Beast Mountain's area was vast, not the least bit inferior to Yen Mountain. There were many humans living here, and the True Sword sect was the overlord of this area. If they wanted to recruit disciples, it would attract a lot of attention. Elder Yun Feng, I'll leave the matter of recruiting new disciples to you and Elder Yun, he to discuss, said Chu Mu. He immediately became a hands-off shopkeeper. Once you've made a decision, just inform me. Hearing this, Yun Feng helplessly laughed. However, Chu Mu had previously said that he wouldn't participate much in the management of the sect. Yun Feng had already mentally prepared himself. Yes, sect master. Yun Feng said and retreated to find Elder Yin he to discuss the various matters of recruiting new disciples. Chu thought for a moment before temporarily putting this matter aside and continuing to cultivate. Chapter 1354. The sky was blue and cloudless. It was so pure that it was like a huge gem, making people want to touch it. A sword-shaped flying ship that looked like it had been magnified many times quickly swept across the sky and flew forward rapidly. It was too fast, and the sonic booms were like surging waves. A gully seemed to have been plowed open in the sky, and the air in the gully seemed to be clearer than the surroundings. This speed was not the full speed of the great sword. It was only about 70%. It did not consume much energy, so Chu could still support it. This time, Chu really left the True Sword sect. The True Sword sect had already finished recruiting new disciples. Among the many nominal disciples, more than 200 had become official disciples of the True Sword sect. Among the foreign swordsmen, nearly 200 had become official disciples of the True Sword sect. All of a sudden, the number of official disciples of the True Sword sect had increased by 400. Among the foreign swordsmen, a small number had reached the God condensation realm. Among them, a dozen had passed the test and become elite disciples of the True Sword sect. As for the core disciples, there were still more than 20. The number of official disciples increased faster, the elite disciples slower, and the core disciples had the hardest time. After recruiting new disciples, the True Sword sect's overall strength had increased by quite a bit. Even though the requirements for recruiting new disciples were very strict, and every single one of them had a much higher talent than normal people, only a few hundred Astral Realm sword artists would not have much of an impact on the overall strength of the True Sword sect. They were all new blood, and only when they matured would they be able to truly strengthen the True Sword sect. After recruiting new disciples, Chu cultivated for a while. He had made up his mind to leave the True Sword sect. Unexpectedly, Elder Yunfeng came looking for him. Elder Yunfeng was in charge of the Wind Trust Hall. He specialized in collecting all kinds of information. After several months of continuous collection, he had finally collected information related to the Divine Pearl. It seemed that a Divine Pearl had appeared in the firmament territory not long ago. However, the level of the real sword sect was too low, so it was already good enough for them to know about it. More specifically, they had no idea and could not even be sure. For Chu this was enough. Therefore, he left the True Sword sect and headed for the firmament territory. Currently, the True Sword sect could be considered to have stabilized. Ordinary matters could be left to the two elders, Yunfeng and Yunhe. If there were any major matters, they could be decided by the Supreme Elder. Originally, Yunfeng and he had suggested that Chu bring Yangjin away. However, Chu had Yangjin stay behind to oversee the True Sword sect. After all, aside from the Grand Elder, the True Sword sect truly lacked experts overseeing it. A first heaven stage expert was just barely enough. The firmament territory didn't belong to the Kanglin dynasty. It was located outside the Kanglin dynasty's territory. After flying for a whole month on the giant sword airship, they still hadn't left the Kanglin dynasty's territory. During this month, staying in the giant sword airship, there was no way to practice swordsmanship or cultivation techniques. Chu could only comprehend the eternal sword momentum every day and absorb the swordsmanship experience of the 5 spirits, Sword Saint, to improve his swordsmanship realm as much as possible. As for the Sword Sect spiritual seal, he hadn't entered it, since he was instantly killed by Bai Ling. When one's swordsmanship reached Chumu's level, it was even more difficult to improve. Fortunately, he had the eternal sword momentum to comprehend and experience of the 5 spirits Sword Saint to refer to and absorb. Therefore, during this period, Chumu's swordsmanship attainments also improved rapidly. Apart from cultivating, Chumu would also think of other people. Of the human clan swordsmen who had entered the deep blue world with him, he had only seen Rin Li so far. He hadn't seen the others, not even the other alien races. Thinking about it, when the experts of the Deep Blue World attacked, a considerable number of them should have been killed. The Deep Blue World was also quite vast. Some of them were killed, while the rest were scattered. It wouldn't be so easy to meet. But thinking about it, people like Gu Wankong shouldn't have been killed. With their talent and ability, they might have had a fortuitous encounter in the Deep Blue World. Their current strength should be much stronger than before. Suddenly, there was a feeling of anticipation in his heart. He was looking forward to meeting them. Competing with the same generation of monsters was undoubtedly a very pleasant and wonderful thing. During this month, Chumu also saw many experts flying across the sky. There were also some airships of different sizes, but Chumu didn't have any trouble with them. After all, as long as one was not a lunatic, one would not casually cause trouble. After cultivating to this level, one's knowledge was not so shallow. They all understood that instead of wasting their time on useless trouble, it was better to be a little more obedient and only make a move when necessary. Multitasking, he hurried along while comprehending. In the direction where the great sword ship was coming from, a black flowing light appeared. That light was like a black rainbow. It was extremely fast. With a whoosh, it swept past the great sword ship, not far away. Chumu could vaguely see the figure in the black rainbow. He could feel the fluctuations of the aura emitted by the black rainbow. It's a little familiar. Chumu fell into deep thought. At this moment, there were a few more flowing lights that chased after him. They looked murderous, as if they were chasing after the black flowing light from before. Without a doubt, this was another scene of escape and pursuit. Logically, Chumu wouldn't pay attention to it. However, he felt that the figure in the black rainbow and the aura emitted were a little familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. With a thought, Chumu was certain that this person must be a human swordsman who entered the Deep Blue World with him. Furthermore, he gave him a sense of familiarity, which meant that he had some impression of this person. After quickly eliminating the possibility, Chumu could vaguely determine who that person was. As for whether it was him or not, he would only know after taking a closer look. They were both humans, and he knew them. There was no reason for Chumu to ignore them when they were being pursued. The great sword ship changed direction and quickly chased after the flowing lights. The great sword ship was even faster. It didn't take long for it to catch up to those people. It quickly overtook them and chased after the black rainbow. After carefully sensing the aura of the black rainbow, Chumu was even more certain of this person's identity. Feeling the approach of the great sword ship, although he was surprised, he thought it was an enemy and wanted to escape again with a burst of speed. However, although his speed was fast, he still couldn't compare with the great sword ship. Tsuyueshi, come up. Suddenly, a voice rang in the ears of the figure in the black rainbow. Tsuyueshi was startled and her speed decreased. Tsuyueshi's thoughts turned quickly. Not only did this person know her name, but he also spoke as if he knew her before, which was different from the pursuers. While she was guessing, the great sword ship flew to the side of the black rainbow and moved forward side by side. The door of the great sword ship opened, allowing Tsuyueshi to see the person inside. It's you. Tsuyueshi lost her voice. Originally, with her temperament, she would not lose her composure like this. However, when she entered the Deep Blue World, she was chased by the elites of the Deep Blue World. She narrowly escaped death and used many life-saving means to escape. After that, she wandered around alone. She did not know how to complete the mission. Occasionally, she had a fortuitous encounter and her cultivation strength improved a lot. However, she still had no clue about the mission. She could only wander around and look for opportunities. Since entering the Deep Blue World, she had never met a human compatriot. She did not expect that at this moment when she was being chased, she would meet a person who had left a deep impression on her. Chumu. First on the Tianqing list, Chumu of the Starry Sky, the peerless evildoer who had the title of Unparalleled True Sword. from dissatisfaction at the beginning to admiration at the end. Although she did not admit it on the surface, her heart was so. Tsuyoshi was also a proud person. Whether it was appearance, figure, talent, or strength, she was far superior to many of her peers. At this moment, she was being chased. She could meet anyone else, but the one she did not want to meet the most was Chumu. Because of this, Tsuyoshi was so speechless. "It's me. Come on up." Chumu smiled slightly. He was in a good mood to meet an old friend in a foreign land, who was also on the Tianqing list. Tsuyoshi hesitated for a moment, her thoughts a little complicated. In the end, she flashed into the giant sword. The door of the ship closed, and it suddenly rushed forward. It quickly changed direction and maximized its speed. With a boom, it was like a sword light across the sky, heading in the direction of the firmament territory. Those who were chasing after Tsuyoshi could only watch as the great sword ship quickly left in front of their eyes. Eventually, it turned into a small black dot and disappeared. It was not that they did not chase, but the great sword ship's speed was too fast and unexpected. Damn it, I actually let that woman escape. That airship was too unexpected. I wonder who it is. According to our information, this woman should not have any accomplices. How could this airship save her? These people were puzzled. Obviously, they knew a little about Tsuyoshi. Now the problem is not this, but this woman has been rescued. When we go back, how to explain it to the young master? As soon as these words came out, everyone's face suddenly changed. They felt uneasy when they thought of the young master's means. Things are beyond our expectations. What can we do if we tell the truth? With our strength and status, at most we will be punished. Damn it, if I know who saved that woman, I will catch him, skin him, and pull out his tendons. They had threatened to skin the person and pull out his tendons, but now they were a little embarrassed. The giant sword was a single-person airship. The internal space was not big. It was a little spacious to accommodate one person, but it was a little difficult to accommodate two people. As soon as Tsuyoshi came in, bursts of fragrance filled the small space. Because the door was closed, the fragrance did not dissipate. Also because the internal space was not big enough, although Tsuyoshi tried to lean to the other side as much as possible, their bodies inevitably touched. Speaking of which, the relationship between the two was just ordinary. They had never been so close to each other, so it was inevitable that they felt a little strange when they touched each other. Chumu was devoted to the sword principle, but he was not an unromantic person. He just had his own persistence and goals. In the current situation, he could only accept it. He diverted his attention. On the contrary, women were undoubtedly more emotional. Tsuyoshi's cheeks were slightly red, and she had mixed feelings. Chapter 1355. In the azure sky, the giant sword-flying ship swept past and flew rapidly out of the Kanglan dynasty. It headed north and headed straight for the firmament territory. Now, Chumu was not alone. Tsuyoshi was with him. No matter what, the two came from the same place and were both top 10 geniuses on the Heaven Talent list. Although they were not familiar with each other and even a little unhappy, it was just a competition between them, not a conflict of interest or hatred. In the giant sword airship, at first, their bodies touched each other and they were a little uncomfortable and awkward. But Chumu quickly adjusted, ignoring the outside world and comprehending swordsmanship while piloting the airship. Tsuyoshi was a woman after all. She was more emotional and uncomfortable for a longer time. But after all, she was a sword cultivator. She had a tough heart and quickly adjusted. Chumu did not speak, and neither did Tsuyoshi. The two had one thing in common, which was that they did not talk much. Tsuyoshi was very proud. Seeing Chumu not saying a word, she thought he did not want to talk to her. So she did not speak either, although she had many questions in her heart. This lasted for more than a month. In the end, Tsuyoshi could not help but speak first. After all, Tsuyoshi was a woman. Her body was in constant contact with a man, even if she had a tough heart and wanted to divert her attention. After a long time, she would occasionally realize this. In addition, there were many questions in her heart. She wanted to speak, but had to be patient. She hesitated again, and finally the questions kept piling up. Your cultivation has risen to the middle stage of the fifth heaven. Tsuyoshi opened her mouth. She did not know what to say for a moment, so she said casually, but her tone was a little stiff. You have reached the sixth heaven. Chumu said casually, his tone indifferent. As soon as he spoke, the tense atmosphere suddenly dissipated. Tsuyoshi's body seemed to be relaxed. She realized that Chumu seemed to be different from her impression. Although the two knew each other, there was no friendship between them. Tsuyoshi's understanding of Chumu was only limited to his strength and talent. She knew nothing about his character. Tsuyoshi felt that Chumu was number 1 on the Tianqing ranking, a peerless genius in the starry sky. Even Gulwankom was inferior to him. Such a person must be very proud, and proud people were not easy to get along with. Geniuses were prideful, and evildoers were even more prideful. This was almost universal. Tsuyoshi also knew her own character, so she thought so. However, when he spoke now, although Chumu's tone was flat, there was no arrogance in it. While she was surprised, Tsuyoshi also felt comfortable in her heart. Her impression of Chumu had changed a lot. What clues do you have? Tsuyoshi's tone was not as stiff as the first sentence. The secret of the spirit of the world is probably related to the 18 divine pearls. Chumu did not hide anything, except for the fact that he had already obtained a deep blue divine pearl. This time I heard that a divine pearl appeared in the firmament territory, Tsuyoshi said. Her tone also let Chumu know that Tsuyoshi also knew about the 18 divine pearls and the secret of the world. However, he did not know whether Tsuyoshi had obtained the deep blue divine pearl. Although the two were a little familiar with each other, they had not reached the point where they completely trusted each other. The deep blue divine pearl was of great importance and could not be easily revealed. As for why Tsuyoshi was being chased and why she did not escape in the direction of the firmament territory, Chumu did not ask because he thought it was unnecessary. The two did not talk much. After a few words, they did not know what to say, so they simply stopped talking. After a while, they would casually talk again, and later on, they would talk about cultivation. Towards Chumu's sword technique, Tsuyoshi was actually very impressed. This could be considered an opportunity, so she asked Chumu for guidance. Geniuses were proud, and evildoers were even more proud. However, their pride wasn't arrogance and conceit. In areas where they weren't good at and needed to improve, they would humbly ask for guidance. They weren't ashamed to ask for guidance. This was a true evildoer. Those who thought that they had some talent and ability and looked down on others were frogs in a well, ignorant and arrogant mediocre people. Even if they had some talent, it would be difficult for them to achieve anything in the end. Tsuyoshi sincerely asked for advice, so Chumu naturally would not refuse. However, he was not overly enthusiastic either. He just gave her some advice, which made Tsuyoshi suddenly understand. Then, she immersed herself in her comprehension and did not speak anymore. The firmament territory was located in the north of the Kanglin dynasty. Its structure was different from that of the dynasty. The firmament holy place was the leader, and the founder of the firmament holy place was the firmament saint emperor. It could be said that the firmament territory was so named because of the firmament holy place. With the speed of the giant sword, it took nearly 3 months to leave the territory of the Kanglin dynasty and enter the firmament territory. It had to be said that the territory of the Kanglin dynasty was very broad. In the first month, Chumu and Tsuyoshi did not speak a word. Later, Tsuyoshi spoke first and occasionally chatted with Chumu. In the last month, because of the discussion of cultivation and Tsuyoshi's advice on swordsmanship, the two gradually became more and more conversational. The territory of the Firmament Territory was very broad, not inferior to that of the Kanglan dynasty at all. Skygate City was the first city of the Kanglan dynasty after entering the Firmament Territory. It was named Skygate City, which meant that it was the gateway to the Firmament Territory. As a border city, Skygate City was not only big enough, but also had a large flow of people. Some of them were from the Kanglan dynasty, some were from the Firmament Territory, and a small number were from other places. In the bustling Skygate City, the streets were wide and could accommodate more than 10 carriages without being crowded. At this time, many people stopped and looked in one direction, which was the direction of the South Gate. Their eyes fell on two figures. One of them was dressed in a moon-white robe. He had an elegant demeanor and an indifferent expression. More importantly, the aura he exuded was as sharp as an unsheathed divine sword, causing the surrounding people to involuntarily shiver. The other person was in a black gauze robe with purple light faintly flashing. Her face was extremely enchanting, and her temperament was cold and charming. She could be called a peerless beauty. This man and woman were Chumu and Tsuyueshi. None of them raised any objections, and they just walked together in a natural manner. On the giant sword ship, the two of them had reached an agreement. Although they had received news that a divine bead had appeared in the Firmament Territory, the Firmament Territory was not small. They did not know where the divine bead had appeared, so they had to investigate further. The problem was that the two of them were alone, and there was no way to find out. Fortunately, there were all kinds of industries in this world, and naturally there was an industry that specialized in selling information. Chumu and Tsuyueshi's current purpose was to find a place to sell information, and by information related to the divine bead. After all, those who specialized in selling information tended to be more extensive and proficient. Tsuyueshi showed the demeanor of a witch. A witch could charm all people. When she was cold, she was as cold as frost, making people unapproachable. When she was enchanting, she could make people fall to their knees. Chumu also witnessed Tsuyueshi's unique charm. Under her questioning, those who knew the truth told her everything clearly. They even told her their 18 generations of ancestors. Chumu couldn't help but laugh at this scene. Tsuyueshi rolled her eyes at Chumu, full of charm. After the two of them became familiar with each other, they were not as distant as before. In the Skygate City, there is an organization that specializes in selling information called the Wind Tower. Tsuyueshi walked to Chumu's side and said in a pleasant voice. Her tone was very different from her previous stiff and cold tone. "Let's go to the Wind Tower." Chumu said. The two of them walked together and headed to the so-called Wind Tower. Chumu's sharp aura made people not dare to approach him. Only Tsuyueshi, who had a higher cultivation than Chumu, could withstand it. As an organization that specialized in selling information, the Wind Tower had no intention of hiding. Moreover, the business of the Wind Tower was huge, covering almost the entire deep blue world. It could be said that if they didn't know about all kinds of information in the deep blue world, then most people wouldn't know either. The Wind Tower was indeed a building. It had a total of 9 floors and could be considered one of the tallest buildings in the Skygate City. It was majestic. There were 3 large green-gold words on the plaque. The strokes were like dragons and snakes. It had the sharpness of gold and the lightness of wind. It could be seen that the person who wrote these 3 words had deep attainments in the power of gold and the power of wind. Chumu and Tsuyueshi were both peerless geniuses and monsters. They had seen many big scenes and were not afraid at all. Naturally, they strode into the Wind Tower. As soon as they entered, the two of them had different temperaments. One was sharp and the other was cold and enchanting. They immediately attracted attention. The eyes of the person in charge of the first floor of the Wind Tower immediately lit up. He strode over and greeted them personally. For a large organization like the Wind Tower, the person in charge of the first floor naturally had outstanding ability. After interacting with people for many years, he had trained a pair of sharp eyes. The temperament of Chumu and Tsuyueshi made him feel that these two were not ordinary. They were either peerless geniuses or came from a powerful force, or both. The Wind Tower was indeed a large organization that spread throughout the deep blue world. However, the Wind Tower in Skygate City was only an insignificant part of it. The person in charge of the first floor only had an ordinary status in the entire Wind Tower. If he could make friends with peerless geniuses, not only would it be beneficial for him, it would also be beneficial for the Wind Tower. This had always been the Wind Tower's motto. The person came forward and asked politely. The main business of the Wind Tower was the trading of information. They also did other businesses. Only in this way could they support the operation of a large force. We want to buy information about the god Orb. Chumu said. The person trembled. Information about the deep blue god Orb was big news. It was a big deal. His eyes shone brightly. However, whether the other party had the ability to pay was another question. Chapter 1356. The Wind Tower had 9 floors, and each floor was taller than the last. This was not only in terms of appearance, but also in terms of status. Under the lead of the person in charge of the first floor, Chumu and Su Ueshi arrived at the 7th floor. Wind Whispering Tower had its own rules. Not everyone could casually open their mouths to buy or sell any information they wanted. This was especially true for information of great value, such as the deep blue sacred pearl. Any piece of information was extremely valuable. To avoid people who did not know the situation, the Wind Tower had set up the corresponding rules. After all, it was an organization that mainly dealt with information. As long as it did not offend its interests or directly target it, it would not be ruthless. The rule of the Wind Tower was that if one wanted to buy information of great value, they had to prove that they had the right to pay. It was very simple. They just had to take out 1,000,000 high-grade origin pills as a deposit. If they bought the information they wanted, they could pay the price themselves or pay with a deposit. If they paid more, they could pay more. This was the first time that Chumu and Su Ueshi had come to buy information. There were no records in the Wind Tower, so they did not object to the rules. They did not have the right to do so, unless Chumu and Su Ueshi were Saint Kings. Even if they were sword saints of the 9 heavens of eternity, the Wind Tower would not give them any face. When they arrived at the 7th floor, the person in charge of the first floor left. Esteemed guests, please have a seat. The person in charge of the 7th floor was a middle-aged man with white hair. His ordinary face seemed a little old, but his eyes shone with wisdom. Chumu and Su Ueshi sat down, facing the middle-aged man across an old black wooden table. I am Du Qian. Esteemed guests, what business do you want? The middle-aged man asked with a smile. Du Qian, who often interacted with people, knew how to make people feel comfortable. He also knew what kind of tone to use to make people lower their guard so that they could communicate better. Therefore, a seemingly ordinary sentence had a charm that others did not have under his tone and expression. Hearing this, Chumu faintly smiled. Talking to such a person would make one feel comfortable. We want information about the deep blue pearl. Chumu said. He used we instead of I, which meant that he and Su Ueshi were working together. Deep blue god pearl. When Du Qian heard this, he immediately revealed a shocked expression. A transaction that could reach the 7th floor was definitely a relatively large transaction. However, the deep blue divine pearl still exceeded Du Qian's expectations. Esteemed guest, there's quite a bit of information about the deep blue deity pearl. Added together, it's worth a lot, Du Qian said slowly. How do we calculate it? Chumu asked. Su Ueshi had not spoken since she entered the Wind Tower. She left everything to Chumu. Any news related to the deep blue sacred pearl is worth at least 1,000,000 upper-grade primordial elixirs. There are dozens of news related to the deep blue sacred pearl in the Wind Listening Tower. Du Qian did not continue. Chumu was shocked when he heard this. At least 1,000,000 high-grade elemental elixirs. It seemed like he was too arrogant when he said that he wanted to buy the information related to the deep blue divine pearl. Even if one piece of information cost 1,000,000, dozens of pieces would cost tens of millions. Moreover, 1,000,000 was the lowest standard. Some of the higher ones cost millions or even tens of millions. Chu Mu had some wealth now, but it was only relatively speaking. After the consumption of his upper-grade primordial elixirs, he only had a few million left. Su Yueshi also had some wealth, but the two of them together probably did not have more than 10 million upper-grade primordial elixirs. I heard that a sacred pearl appeared in the firmament territory not long ago. We want to know the whereabouts of the sacred pearl, Chu Mu said. This news has been very popular recently, but its value is not low. It costs 2 million upper-grade primordial elixirs, Du Qian said with a slight smile. Okay. Although the price was high, Chu Mu did not refuse. If he ran out of primordial elixirs, he could get more. 8 months ago, a deep blue sacred pearl appeared in an auction held in Skywing City. But at that time, the sacred pearl was covered in dust, and very few people could recognize it. It was won by a 3-star saint. Du Qian gave a simple introduction. The 3-star saint left immediately after winning the sacred pearl, and was then chased down. He fled into the black demon pool with serious injuries. The experts of the various forces in the firmament territory also rushed into the black demon pool, and some experts from other places also rushed into the black demon pool after hearing the news. What kind of place is the black demon pool? Chu Mu could not help asking. The black demon pool is located in the northeast corner of the firmament territory. It is one of the most dangerous places in the firmament territory, where the black demon beasts and the black demon race reside. It is very dangerous. Du Qian did not refuse and began to explain. Information such as the geographical location of the black demon pool and various other information was not valuable, and was relatively public information in the firmament territory. Chu Mu and Du Qian came from other places, so it was normal that they did not know. Anyway, Du Qian would not be so stingy. The black demon pool also has another characteristic, which is that the yuan qi of the universe is thin and the dark demon qi is rich. Moreover, it has a mysterious power. If a saint-level expert enters, his essence, qi, and spirit will be suppressed and reduced to below the saint level. Only saint emperor-level experts can resist that mysterious power. The black demon race is very powerful, and humans of the same level are often no match for them. Moreover, the black demon race people are simple in intelligence, more bestial than rational, fierce and cruel, and have a dissolute nature. Any human who enters the black demon pool, once discovered by the black demon race, will be immediately chased down or captured. There is no escape. A long time ago, there are human race experts who went out on a large scale, intending to wipe out the black demon race and take over the black demon pool. In the end, they suffered heavy losses, and less than 10% escaped. Most of them were seriously injured and were basically crippled. A small number of them survived, but the black demon pool became their inner demon. Usually, no one is willing to enter the black demon abyss. But this time, for the sake of a dark blue divine pearl, many experts have risked their lives to enter. It's really crazy. Du Qian finally sighed. House Master Du, can you tell us more about the black demon pool in detail? If the price is yuan dan, Chu Mu said. Su Yueshi also showed an attentive look. Du Qian took a deep look at Chu Mu, saying, "This is not a secret. Since the two of you want to know, I will tell you what I know." Immediately, Du Qian told Chu Mu and Su Yueshi more detailed information about the black demon pool, so that Chu Mu and Su Yueshi could have a more intuitive understanding of the black demon pool. In Du Qian's view, the two peerless geniuses wanted to enter the black demon pool. Until now, our wind listening tower still has no news about the divine pearl. It is most likely still in the black demon pool. Your Excellencies, forgive me for speaking out of turn, but the black demon pool is too dangerous. It is best not to enter. After talking about the black demon pool, Du Qian thought for a moment and then said, "Since the black demon pool is so dangerous, we may not necessarily enter." Chu Mu said, took out 1,000,000 high-grade yuan dan and handed it to Du Qian, and then got up to leave with Su Yueshi. "Please wait a moment," Du Qian said. Immediately, he took out an item and handed it to Chu Mu, saying, "Your transaction with the Wind Listening Tower has reached 2,000,000, and you are qualified to receive a token of the Wind Listening Tower. This is the Wind Listening Copper Token, a symbol of the identity of a distinguished guest of the Wind Listening Tower. After you drip a drop of blood on it, this token will have your aura and can only be used once. With the token of the Wind Listening Tower, you will not need to pay a deposit to buy any information in the future. In addition, the Wind Listening Copper Token will give you a 10% discount when buying information or treasures from the Wind Listening Tower," Du Qian said. "Thank you very much." Chu Mu naturally took the Wind Listening Token and poured his divine remembrance into it to examine it. Everything was normal, so he dripped his blood on it to recognize it as its master. Indeed, it was as Du Qian had said. The Wind Listening Tower's token only had a restriction that could only accept one master. The second time it was used, it would shatter. This was to prevent the Wind Listening Token from being stolen after a VIP was killed. "I hope to see you use this token in the future," Du Qian said, looking at Chu Mu's back. "I definitely will," Chu Mu replied. With Du Qian's eyesight, he could naturally see that Chu Mu and the other person were planning to enter the Black Demon Abyss. He could not help but secretly sigh. The temperament of these two people made Du Qian certain that they were two peerless geniuses, especially Chu Mu, who was even more outstanding. Du Qian believed that his eyesight would not be wrong. This was also why he was willing to introduce the Black Demon Abyss in such detail, and why he eventually took out the Wind Listening Copper Token and gave it to Chu Mu. In fact, a transaction of 2,000,000 high-grade yuan elixirs would at most qualify one to receive the Wind Listening Iron Token. Only transactions of 10,000,000 yuan and above would qualify one to receive the Wind Listening Copper Token. However, Du Qian found Chu Mu very pleasing to the eye, and also felt that Chu Mu was not an ordinary person. Furthermore, he himself had some authority, so he gave the Wind Listening Copper Token to Chu Mu, but did not tell Chu Mu clearly. Gifting was a kind of friendly attitude. If it was said clearly, it would be a way of asking for credit and would easily arouse ill feelings. If Chu Mu had a transaction with the Wind Listening Tower in the future, he would naturally understand the mystery. If not, it would be a waste of an opportunity. Su Yueshi did not receive the Wind Listening Tower token, but that was also normal. After all, the high-grade yuan elixirs were paid by Chu Mu, so Su Yueshi did not have any dissatisfaction. After leaving the Wind Listening Tower, Su Yueshi took out 1,000,000 high-grade yuan elixirs and gave it to Chu Mu. "I received this token. It will also be beneficial for me to buy information in the future." Chu Mu did not accept it and motioned to the Wind Listening Copper Token. "That has nothing to do with me," Su Yueshi said. She had her own principles, and Chu Mu could only accept the 1,000,000 high-grade yuan elixirs. At the same time, he secretly thought that Su Yueshi was really headstrong and stubborn. "I plan to enter the Black Demon Abyss. What about you?" Chu Mu asked, as the yuan elixirs were just a small matter. "Enter." Su Yueshi's reply was concise and comprehensive, which was within Chu Mu's expectations. "Then let's go," Chu Mu said. From Du Qian, Chu Mu already knew the location of the Black Demon Abyss. Together with Su Yueshi, they left Tianmen City. Outside the city, Chu Mu once again took out the giant sword-flying ship. As soon as she saw the giant sword-flying ship, Su Yueshi remembered that she had been in contact with Chu Mu for several months. Her cheeks flushed slightly as their bodies touched. Chapter 1357. Su Yueshi did not know why she did not resist. Perhaps it was because she had gotten used to it after a few months of interaction. Although she thought so, her cheeks were still flushed red. The giant sword set off from outside Tianmen City, and, at its fastest speed, rapidly flew in the direction of the black demon abyss. Like a meteor streaking across the sky, it flashed past and disappeared into the distance. In the sky, from time to time, one could see other airships being overtaken by the giant sword. The airships of the deep blue world were divided into two types, ordinary and combat. Ordinary airships referred to airships that did not possess any offensive power, while combat airships possessed offensive power. According to size, there were super small, medium, large, and so on. According to grade, they were divided into low-level airships, mid-level airships, high-level airships, and super airships. Different grades of airships had extremely obvious differences in flying speed, explosive speed, hull strength, offensive power, and other aspects. The giant sword airship was a super small mid-level combat airship, and its value was not low. An airship that could overtake the giant sword airship at full speed was at least a high-level airship, and its value was even higher. Of course, at the same size and grade, the value of a combat airship was far higher than that of an ordinary airship. After all, it was not easy to possess offensive power. Chu Mu divided his attention, controlling the airship to fly while comprehending the eternal sword momentum. Although the efficiency was not as high as wholeheartedly comprehending, it was better than nothing. Su Yueshi did not speak, and her flushed cheeks returned to normal. After glancing at Chu Mu, she closed her eyes and gradually immersed herself in her own cultivation. The trip to the deep blue world was a great disaster for some people because they were all dead. Some of them didn't even enter the deep blue world and died in the passage. Some of them died under the pursuit of the native experts of the deep blue world. And those who successfully entered the deep blue world, some had nothing to do, while some had coincidentally obtained some opportunities. Geniuses like Chu Mu and Su Yueshi, who were on the Tianqing leaderboard, already had extraordinary luck. With the support of the Tianqing leaderboard's luck, the chances of them getting lucky were many times higher than ordinary people. For example, Chu Mu was hunted down the moment he entered the deep blue world. After a narrow escape, he entered the Five Spirits mystery realm. That was one of the benefits of having great fortune. After leaving the Sky-Bearing Academy, he was hunted down by the people of the Skyblaze sect. After escaping, he met the dying deputy sect leader of the real Sword Sect and received the recognition of the Sword Sect's spiritual seal. The Sword Sect's spiritual seal was a mysterious thing. The secrets it contained were still unsolved. However, Chu Mu's battle with the other candidates and his enlightenment from the invincible by Ling had allowed him to achieve a breakthrough in his swordsmanship, allowing him to reach a whole new level. From the outside to the inside, he had a sword in his heart. Just the state of having a sword in his heart alone was more than what he had gained from the Five Spirits, Mystic Pagoda, aside from the deep blue divine pearl. This was because the state of the sword was the foundation. Once he successfully deciphered the secrets of the Sword Sect's spiritual seal, Chu Mu couldn't imagine what it would be. It might even be above the state of having a sword in his heart. Although Su Yueshi's fortune wasn't as good as Chu Mu's, she still had some gains. Her cultivation base had only risen to the sixth sky of Nirvana realm. After flying for about half a month, Chu Mu and Su Yueshi suddenly felt the giant sword ship shake violently. There was even a roar in their ears. Chu Mu's expression changed slightly. This was because he had already discovered that someone was attacking the giant sword ship. No, to be precise, there were other battleships attacking the giant sword ship. Just now, the giant sword ship had used its own protective shield to block an attack. Its protective shield had lost more than half of its energy. It could only withstand one more attack at most. Chu Mu didn't know why it was being attacked. Now wasn't the time to find out. He temporarily put down the comprehension of the eternal sword momentum and focused on controlling the battleship. Otherwise, once the giant sword ship was destroyed and exploded, the terrifying power might directly kill the two of them. Even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. No one was willing to die for no reason. Chu Mu's heart was slightly angry. He immediately calmed down, but his eyes flashed with a touch of sharpness. No matter who you were, no matter what your purpose was, as long as you attacked the giant sword ship and threatened his life, then you were an enemy. If you were an enemy, then you should be killed. Su Yueshi, sit tight. After Chu Mu reminded her, the giant sword ship suddenly made a big rotation under the control of his spiritual sense. After turning into an arc, it narrowly avoided an attack. That attack was a crimson ray. It was as thick as a thigh and was extremely fast. It was like an aurora and contained terrifying power. The giant sword ship was like a flying bird. After making a beautiful arc, it faced the battleship at the back. The size of the battleship was slightly larger than the giant sword ship. It should be a small battleship. Its appearance was like an eagle. The crimson energy ray just now was shot out from one of the eyes of the eagle battleship. The moment the giant sword ship dodged and rotated, Chu Mu had already begun to charge the weapon. He locked onto the target and fired. With a boom, a bright yellow ray of light was shot out from the tip of the giant sword ship, like an aurora. It was extremely fast and shot towards the eagle battleship. The pilot of the eagle battleship was very proficient in piloting the battleship. He dodged in an instant, causing Chu Mu's attack to miss. While dodging, the eagle battleship's eyes lit up with 2 rays of red light. With 2 whooshing sounds, 2 rays of light flew out and shot towards the giant sword ship. Chu Mu's pupils shrank as he felt a sense of destruction. Su Yueshi's pretty face also changed, but she did not interfere with Chu Mu. At this time, the battleship could not stop because a slight pause would be seized by the experts on the battleship and destroyed in an instant. Under a strong sense of crisis, Chu Mu controlled the giant sword ship and quickly dodged, narrowly avoiding the 2 rays. However, one of the rays still brushed past, causing a portion of the defensive energy to be lost. Smash it! Inside the eagle flying ship, a person laughed loudly and gave out orders as if he was talking about squashing an ant to death. Chu Mu's face was dignified. He was only familiar with piloting the battleship, but not proficient. After all, he only learned and did not spend time on it. On the other hand, the eagle battleship's movements were very precise. It can be seen that the person controlling the eagle battleship has reached a level of control that is difficult for others to reach. If this continues, Chu Mu will be in danger. With a high degree of concentration, Chu Mu locked onto the eagle battleship from thousands of meters away. His eyes flashed with silver light. He was observing the movements of the eagle battleship, preparing to learn and improve his control of the battleship. This is a last-minute sharpening. It may not be useless. There is no doubt that Chu Mu's perception is amazing and his learning ability is also very strong. His ability to control the battleship is gradually improving. To be able to learn in battle, what an amazing talent, but it is more interesting to kill such a person. The eyes of the eagle battleship's controller turned scarlet as if he had seen a delicious prey. Dodging, counterattacking, the 2 battleships began to fight. The eagle battleship seemed to be a bit like a cat playing with a mouse. In the distance, some battleships stopped, and some flying experts also stopped to watch the battle. That sword-shaped battleship is going to lose. Yes, the eagle battleship's controller is very proficient in piloting the battleship. It is obviously better than the sword-shaped battleship. Everyone was optimistic about the eagle battleship, but they were not optimistic about the giant sword battleship. They would not help either. After all, they did not know each other, and the eagle battleship's controller was very skilled. They were not willing to provoke such a strong enemy. In the giant sword battleship, Su Yueshi looked calm, but she was actually nervous. Chu Mu's face was dignified, but his eyes were shining. He learned in the battle with the eagle battleship and then understood. The state of having a sword in the heart once again played a great role, because Chu Mu suddenly thought that piloting the battleship was also like controlling the sword in one's hand. There was a sense of homogeneity between the two. Under this enlightenment, Chu Mu treated the giant sword battleship as the sword in his hand. Suddenly, there was a feeling of success. It was logical, and he could control it more easily. Of course, the battleship was not a sword after all. There would always be a little difference. Perhaps only when the sword art reached a higher level could it reach the point where everything was a sword. Even so, Chu Mu felt as if he had merged with the battleship, and a feeling of being one with the sword arose spontaneously. The battleship and the person seemed to be connected by blood. The battleship seemed to have become his body, and he seemed to have become the core of the battleship. Under the strange feeling, Chu Mu's thoughts moved, and he easily dodged the eagle flying ship's energy beam. Moreover, he rapidly approached. What's going on? Could it be that the controller of the battleship has changed? The giant sword battleship's movements were completely different from before. It was much more brilliant, and it made everyone stunned. The bright yellow energy transformed into a cannonball. After approaching and dodging, it increased its speed in a very subtle way and appeared at the side of the Eagle battleship and blasted out. A direct hit caused the Eagle battleship to tremble violently, and a lot of its defensive energy was consumed. The Eagle battleship quickly counterattacked, but was easily avoided by the giant sword battleship. In the situation where the person and the battleship were one, Chu Mu's control of the battleship had reached the pinnacle, just like the sword in his hand when he was one with the sword. Attack! The bright yellow energy shot out, once again hitting the Eagle battleship. The Eagle battleship was a small high-level battleship, and the strength of its defensive shield was much stronger than that of the giant sword battleship. But at this time it had become a target. Damn it! Counterattack and destroy it. Inside the Eagle battleship, the person who gave the order was flustered and exasperated. An expert, an absolute expert. No, we can't continue to fight, otherwise we may be killed. Young lord, I suggest we leave immediately. I think the direction of the battleship may also be heading to the Black Demon Abyss. At that time, we will act and capture it. That's right, that battleship looks like a super small battleship. It is estimated that there is only one person, at most two. Okay, let's go. Remember, when the time comes, we must capture it. I want him to be in a dilemma. With a roar and an order, the Eagle battleship burst into speed and rapidly left. Chapter 1358. After all, the Eagle airship was a level higher than the giant sword airship, and its speed was much faster. At full speed, it suddenly left the giant sword airship behind and sped off in the direction of the Black Demon Abyss. In the state of being one with the airship, Chu Mu's understanding of the giant sword airship was as familiar as his understanding of his own body. It was as if the giant sword airship was another body of his. Chu Mu could easily bring out the maximum speed of the giant sword airship. There was no need for a short period of propulsion, and he could also easily burst out at a speed that exceeded the limit. Even so, the speed of the giant sword airship was only a little faster than before, and could not be compared with a high-grade airship. Although he could not destroy the Eagle airship, it was also a great gain for Chu Mu to understand that airships and swords were the same. He suddenly had an idea. Since he could use the airship as a sword, then could other things also be used as a sword? This discovery caused Chu Mu to abruptly be shocked. Unknowingly, he had touched upon a higher level of swordsmanship than the sword in the heart. It was just that Chu Mu had just broken through to the sword in the heart realm not long ago, and had only consolidated the beginner level of the sword in the heart realm. There was still a big gap from the higher level. Therefore, Chu Mu still did not understand the higher level of swordsmanship than the sword in the heart realm. He was in a completely ignorant state and was not clear about it. However, this could be regarded as a good foundation for his future breakthrough after he reached the peak of the sword in the heart realm. In the state of being one with the airship, some divine sense power would be consumed, but with Chu Mu's tremendous divine sense power and recovery speed, it was nothing. Enjoying this feeling was more free than a bird soaring in the sky, and more comfortable than a fish swimming in the water. His face was clear, and his eyes were as deep as the stars. Su Yueshi just took a glance and was suddenly taken aback. She did not know why, but her heart suddenly jumped and her cheeks unconsciously flushed. She hurriedly looked away, took a deep breath, and calmed down. Her flushed cheeks also returned to normal. Chu Mu wholeheartedly controlled the airship. This feeling was really too good. All of a sudden, he gained a deeper understanding of the two realms of one with the sword and sword in the heart. Bai Ling had said that becoming one with the sword was only on the surface level. Having a sword in one's heart meant entering one's heart. That was Bai Ling's explanation. Now, by chance, Chu Mu, who had comprehended the unity of man and flying ship, had his own understanding of the unity of man and the sword in the heart. The unity of man and sword stopped at the material level, which was the physical level. It was a level that could be touched because the sword was an extension of one's arm. It was like an arm that grew out of one's body. It could be seen and touched. With a sword in one's heart, it would rise to the spiritual level. It couldn't be seen or touched and could only be sensed. Going from something to nothing was a qualitative sublimation. After all, other people's understanding was still other people's understanding. If he continued to follow other people's understanding, then he would be walking on other people's path. There would be an end to it, and it would be even more difficult to improve in the future. However, if he had his own understanding, then it would be different, because that was the path that was most suitable for him. Chu Mu had finally stepped onto this path. In his own days, Chu Mu had walked on this path. If those people in the eagle flying ship knew that they had not only failed to destroy the giant sword flying ship and kill the people inside, but had also helped Chu Mu gain an unprecedented understanding, it was unknown whether they would regret it so much that their intestines would turn green. In the blink of an eye, many days had passed. In the state of becoming one with the ship, Chu Mu suddenly felt a cold and evil aura fluctuation, which suddenly woke him up and broke away from the state of becoming one with the ship. Su Yueshi's pretty face was also serious, her beautiful eyes flashing as she stared ahead. It was darkness like a tide across the vast sky, entrenched for eternity, immortal and indestructible. Black Demon Abyss. In the firmament territory, it was one of the most dangerous areas, the habitat of the black demon race, and a very terrifying forbidden area. The closer he got, the more he felt his own insignificance. That dark and enormous evil aura was enough to make people who were not strong-willed enough tremble in fear, and even collapse. The giant sword-flying ship landed and the ship door opened. Chu Mu and Su Yueshi disembarked from the ship one after the other. In addition to Chu Mu and Su Yueshi, there were also many flying ships landing around, and people came out one after another, either 1, 2, 3, or even more. Most of these people were of the Nirvana realm, but they were at least at the 5th or 6th layer of the Nirvana realm. Many of them were at the high level of the Nirvana realm, and some of them were at the eternal ancient realm. It had been several months since the 3-star saint, who had won a deep blue divine pearl at the auction, entered the black demon pool, and there were many saint-level experts who had chased him into the black demon pool. No one knew what the situation was like. As for those who were planning to enter the black demon pool, they wanted to try their luck. If they could obtain the deep blue divine pearl and sell it, they could also make a huge fortune. People die for wealth, and birds die for food. This was a truth since ancient times. Although it had long been proven that the black demon abyss was incomparably dangerous, and the black demon race was incomparably dangerous, once discovered it was better to be killed, but if captured alive, the outcome would be incomparably miserable. However, the temptation of the deep blue divine pearl was too great. In front of them was a stretch of endless darkness that stretched across the entire sky, covering countless tens of thousands of miles. In front of this darkness, Chu Mu felt oppressed. It was an incomparably spectacular sight. "It's too scary." Some people were trembling all over. "No, I'm not going in. It's too scary. It feels like I'm going to die." Some people, who had made a solemn vow before arriving at the black demon abyss, were intimidated, scared, panicked, and retreated as soon as they arrived. Tsuyoshi, let's go. Chu-mu glanced at Tsuyoshi and said. Tsuyoshi did not say a word, but also took a step forward. There were no so-called entrances or exits in the black demon abyss, because at a glance, the entire stretch of darkness that stretched for tens of thousands of miles could be used as an entrance or exit. Chu-mu and Tsuyoshi took a step forward, quickly heading toward the black demon abyss. They were getting closer and closer to the black demon abyss, and were about to enter it. Kill them. A somewhat sharp voice sounded, and immediately an astonishing murderous aura surged over, causing Chu-mu and Tsuyoshi to shiver all over. They quickly reacted, drew their swords, and slashed out. The sword light pierced through the air. No matter how well the flying ship is controlled, it's just a lowly Nirvana realm expert. You're dead. The speaker was a thin man with a goatee. Chu-mu immediately understood that this person was the controller of the eagle flying ship, and a hint of anger flashed across his heart. The goatee man's cultivation base was at the 7th layer of Nirvana realm, and the two people who attacked with him were also at the 7th layer of Nirvana realm. The person who ordered them to attack was the so-called young master. He was dressed in a golden patterned robe, looking very gorgeous, but his complexion was pale, and his cultivation base was also at the 7th layer of Nirvana realm. Next to the young master stood a gray-robed old man, who exuded an aura that surpassed the Nirvana realm. When the pale-faced young master saw Tsuyoshi's face, his eyes suddenly lit up and a lustful light flashed. He quickly opened his mouth and shouted, "Kill the man. Leave the woman. I want to pamper her." Tsuyoshi's appearance, figure, and temperament were also one of the top beauties in the deep blue world. The vast majority of men would be moved by her, not to mention those who were originally lustful. "You take one, I'll take two," Chu-mu said to Tsuyoshi. 3 7th layer Nirvana realm experts were nothing in his eyes. Chu-mu believed that, with Tsuyoshi's talent and strength, a mere 7th layer Nirvana realm expert would not be her opponent. Tsuyoshi did not answer, but expressed it with her actions. In an instant, a touch of black spread out and a force field covered, directly enveloping a 7th layer Nirvana realm expert. Under the pressure of the sky demon force field, the 7th layer Nirvana realm expert's face suddenly changed, and his strength was greatly weakened. Tsuyoshi's sword was merciless. The dark sword light cut across the sky, and with the color of the black demon abyss, it carried an incomparably fierce, murderous intent as it charged toward the 7th layer Nirvana realm expert. The sword light, like a bolt of black lightning, tore through everything. At the same time, Chu-mu also drew his sword. He did not release a force field, but with his extremely high level of swordsmanship, he casually wielded 2 swords, which were like killing moves. 2 silver sword rays broke through the air, and a terrifying sword force bloomed. With 2 whooshing sounds, they pierced through the forehead of the 2 7th layer Nirvana realm experts, mincing their brains and destroying their souls. Tsuyoshi's sword also beheaded the 3rd 7th layer Nirvana realm expert. It was too fast. In just an instant, 3 7th layer Nirvana realm experts had died under the swords of Chu-mu and Tsuyoshi. Damn it. Only then did the saint-level expert of the eternal ancient realm next to the young master react. A terrifying and powerful aura swept over, causing Tsuyoshi's face to change color. The reaction of a saint-level expert should not have been so slow. Firstly, because this was the black demon abyss, and he had already felt the tremendous pressure. Secondly, the 3 7th layer Nirvana realm experts should have been able to easily deal with a 6th and 5th layer Nirvana realm expert, so there was no need to worry. Based on these 2 points, the gray-robed elder did not pay much attention to them, and was mainly thinking about what to do after entering the black demon abyss. It was not until the 3 were instantly killed that he completely reacted and attacked. Chu-mu had already calculated this point. After killing the 2 7th layer Nirvana realm experts, He raised the heaven-beheading sword, and a tyrannical, 5-colored light poured in and circulated as he slashed out. A 5-colored wheel of light spun rapidly, killing the young master with a single sword strike. This sword forced the gray-robed elder to attack the 5-colored light wheel. Otherwise, the young master would certainly be killed. "Let's go!" Chu-Mu grabbed Tsuyoeshi's hand, and with a burst of speed, he quickly rushed into the darkness of the black demon abyss. The gray-robed elder shattered the 5-colored light wheel and caught a glimpse of Chu-Mu and Tsuyoeshi, who had broken into the black demon abyss and disappeared. The young master's face, which was originally pale, became even more unsightly. Just now he felt that death was approaching. "Kill! The man must be killed. The woman must be captured. I want to torture her to death." The young master's face was ferocious, and in a rage he rushed into the black demon abyss. The gray-robed elder hurriedly followed. Chapter 1359. Cold, berserk, evil, and boundless negative emotions surged into his body. They seemed to want to freeze his blood and solidify his body. They surged into his spiritual world and mind, creating all kinds of darkness, triggering the heart demon, and giving birth to evil. The black demon abyss was a very special environment. So far, no one knew what caused it. Once one entered the black demon abyss, one would be affected by the black demon abyss, be surrounded by the dark and chaotic aura, and be affected by the negative aura of the black demon abyss everywhere. Those who were not strong-willed enough would be obviously affected here. They would not be able to hold on for long, and the darkness in their heart would be aroused. Their inner demons would breed and cause them to fall into madness and finally die here. Chu-Mu and Tsuyoeshi were both strong-willed people and were not affected. However, the longer one stayed in such a place, the more obvious the effect would be. When they first entered, they were hit by the aura of the black demon abyss. The two of them were momentarily surprised. After they reacted, they realized that when their hands touched, or rather, when Chu-Mu's hand grabbed Tsuyoeshi's hand, there was a cold and soft feeling. Tsuyoeshi's cheeks were hot and red. This was the first time she felt a little warmth when her hand was grabbed by someone of the opposite sex. The feeling in her heart was very complicated and indescribable. Subconsciously, Chu-Mu let go of her hand. The environment here made the two quickly calm down and enter a battle state. With the sword in hand, there was a faint connection between the man and the sword. The darkness all around oppressed them, and all kinds of negative aura constantly wrapped around their body and drilled into their bodies, but were dispelled by their sword intent and sword yuan. Not knowing where the deep blue divine pearl was, the two could only try their luck. Perhaps their luck was greater than that of ordinary cultivators, and they might encounter it. The deeper they went into the black demon abyss, the stronger the dark and chaotic aura became, and the stronger the impact was. Chu-Mu's willpower was originally very strong, and after the breakthrough in the realm of swordsmanship, it was further improved. His sword intent was powerful, reaching the top of the divine level, and could be said to be at the peak. It was unique in resisting the negative aura. Tsuyoeshi's was not as good as Chu-Mu's, and her sword intent was not as good as Chu-Mu's. However, she had an advantage that Chu-Mu did not have, which was that she was proficient in the law of darkness. She was more adaptable and resistant to darkness. Within the black demon abyss, the vision of both eyes was affected, and the power of divine sense was also disrupted. Not only was the range of release reduced by dozens of times, but it also became intermittent, less accurate, and consumed more energy. Chu-Mu's eyes flickered as he pushed his vision, soared to the extreme. He was barely able to see things a few hundred meters away. Any further, and his vision would become blurry. Meanwhile, Tsuyoeshi's eyes became even darker, as if she was performing some kind of eye technique. "We seem to be surrounded." Tsuyoeshi's voice was calm with a hint of coldness. Her eye of darkness was more suitable for use in places like the black demon abyss. Although Chu-Mu's vision sword was powerful, it was only a basic eyesight. Affected by the environment, its effectiveness was greatly reduced. As soon as Tsuyoeshi's voice fell, Chumu also discovered that there were figures lurking in the darkness all around, and they were quickly surrounding them. The ferocious and violent aura, mixed in the darkness, appeared even more chaotic and turbulent, as if the tide was surging over. There were low, beast-like roars, as well as strange laughter, one after another. Immediately, there was the sound of wind breaking as figures rushed out of the darkness, crossing a distance of hundreds of meters at an extremely fast speed, and charged toward Chumu and Tsuyoeshi. The attacks brought about bursts of wind-breaking sounds, accompanied by ghost-like wails and wolf-like howls, made people dizzy and easily distracted, causing their strength to decrease. But Chumu and Tsuyoeshi both had clear eyes and did not seem to be affected in the slightest. Naturally, the two had their backs to each other, one in front and one behind, facing the besieging enemies. The metal force field was released and the 5 elements sharp metal sword was displayed. A golden sword light, tens of meters long, instantly slashed out, cutting through the darkness. Amidst the sizzling sounds, the tall and strong attacking figures were split apart by the golden sword light, and strange and rough screams rose and fell one after another. At a close distance, Chumu saw the attacking and surrounding person. There was no hair on its head, and there was a single horn on its forehead. Its eyes emitted a faint black-red light, and its face was ferocious and ugly. Its body was very tall and strong, more than 3 meters tall, and its muscles bulged like rocks. It was wearing a crude black armor, and it held a thick black mace in its hand. With a swing of the mace, one's head would be smashed and the body would explode. This ugly and ferocious thing was the Black Demon race. It could be seen that the dozens of Black Demon race members killed by Chumu were just low-level Black Demon race members. Their strength was equivalent to the human primary realm, but the Black Demon race members were adapted to the environment of the Black Demon abyss and were not affected in any way. Moreover, their bodies were strong and tyrannical, and were many times stronger than human cultivators of the same level. In one-on-one situations, the Black Demon race members would often win. Only the true geniuses of the human race could kill Black Demon race members of the same level in one-on-one situations. But even if the low-level Black Demon race members were stronger than human primary realm cultivators, they were still no match for Chumu. They were like ants, and dozens of them were instantly killed with a sword. Tsuyoeshi slashed out with her sword, and the sword tore through the air like a black bolt of lightning, as if it had merged with the darkness of the Black Demon abyss. With one slash, dozens of low-level Black Demon race members were killed. The Black Demon race members had intelligence, but their intelligence was relatively simple, and they were more bestial than rational. They were immediately enraged and let out a terrifying roar. Their aura was violent, and they rushed over. Chumu and Tsuyoeshi then realized that there were hundreds of low-level Black Demon race members surrounding them. Among them, there were dozens of middle-level Black Demon race members. The middle-level Black Demon race members were equivalent to the human divine condensation realm, but they were much stronger than the average divine condensation realm members. The middle-level Black Demon race members were not as strong as the low-level Black Demon race members. They were only 2 meters tall, and not more than 2.5 meters tall. They also had a single horn, but they did not look as ferocious. The armor on their bodies was also much better, and the weapons in their hands were black broadswords or more exquisite maces. Whether it was the low-level Black Demon race or the middle-level Black Demon race, to Chumu and Tsuyoeshi, they were not enough. Kill, kill, kill. The two people's methods were cruel, and their swords were merciless. The Black Demon race was also a foreign race, and when it came to killing foreign races, the human race had never shown mercy. This was especially true for swordsmen from the 4 major human star domains of the ancient god realm. Each and every one of them had an unforgettable hatred for foreign races. Not long after, hundreds of low-level and middle-level black demon race members were all killed by the two people's swords. The mournful roars of the dead black demon race members were filled with resentment. The murderous aura and resentment, like a fuse, intensified the special negative aura of the black demon abyss. It suddenly became several times stronger and constantly drilled into the bodies of Chumu and Tsuyueshi. It flew into the spiritual world in an attempt to interfere with the will and mind of the two people and cause them to become crazy. The sword will was high and the light was dazzling. It directly destroyed all the negative aura that invaded the spiritual world. Damned human race! How dare you slaughter the warriors of my race? You deserve to die. A strangely accented but very ferocious roar exploded like thunder. High-level black demon race. Chumu and Tsuyueshi looked grave. High-level black demon race members possessed higher intelligence and had learned the language of the human race. The power they possessed had reached the level of the Nirvana realm and was several times stronger than ordinary Nirvana realm humans of the same level. The voice of this high-level black demon race member contained a terrifying power, indicating that the rapidly approaching high-level black demon race member possessed terrifying strength. Moreover, Chumu and Tsuyueshi could feel that there was more than one high-level black demon race member. There were more than a dozen other auras that were very violent. They were different from the black demon race members, but similar to them. They could be black demon beasts. Their speed was extremely fast. By the time the voice sounded, more than a dozen high-level black demon race members had already appeared, riding on more than a dozen high-level black demon beasts, and had surrounded Chumu and Tsuyueshi. The violent aura surged like a wave, madly attacking. More than a dozen high-level black demon race members were less than 2 meters tall. Some of them had a bald head with a single horn, and some of them had black hair in addition to their horns. Their pupils were black and red, which was very strange. They exuded a ferocious aura, and within that ferociousness, there was also a trace of wisdom. The black demon race members were more bestial than rational. However, the higher the level of the black demon race, the higher their intelligence. Sometimes they could suppress their bestial nature and let their rationality take over. Having a powerful force was not scary. Having a powerful force and having the wisdom to control it was what made people despair. High-level black demon race members were the most frightening existences. Below the high-level black demon race were more than a dozen high-level black demon beasts. Each of them had the strength of the Nirvana realm. Their bodies were completely black, and they looked like tigers or leopards. However, their bodies were larger than black bears, and they were emitting a violent and shocking aura. These high-level black demon clansmen were wearing a complete set of exquisite battle armor. In their hands they held powerful long spiked maces, huge sabers, long spears, and so on. Some of them were wearing sinister boxing gloves that were covered with hooks. Chumu sensed that these high-level black demon race members were at least equivalent to the fourth sky of the Nirvana realm. 2 of them were the most powerful, equivalent to the 7th sky of the Nirvana realm. However, their bodies were very strong, and their strength was terrifying. At the 7th sky of the Nirvana realm, they were comparable to ordinary 8th sky of the Nirvana realm cultivators. The black demon beasts they were riding were at least at the 4th sky of the Nirvana realm. The most powerful one was at the 6th sky of the Nirvana realm. Chumu and Tsuyueshi were in danger. What a beautiful human girl. Take her back. I want to enjoy her. One of the 7th sky of the black demon race laughed strangely. Although they could speak the human language, their accent was strange, and it sounded very awkward. That's right. Take her back alive. We'll take turns to enjoy her. The other high-level black demons laughed strangely. We have to take this human male back and present him to Master Siji. She will definitely appreciate him. Not only did Tsuyueshi become a target, Chumu also became a target. Chapter 1360. Chumu and Tsuyueshi were surrounded by a dozen powerful black demon clansmen and a dozen powerful high-level black demon beasts. They were in a critical situation. The enemy's aura was extremely violent, causing the negative aura around them to become even denser and more chaotic. At this time, the high-level black demon clansmen let out a strange sound. Chu-Mu and Su-Yueshi couldn't understand this sound, but they could feel that the dark aura around them seemed to be attracted and gathered around them. From the appearance of the high-level black demon clansmen to them attacking Chu-Mu and Su-Yueshi, only a few breaths of time had passed. Chu-Mu and Su-Yueshi had a tacit understanding. They turned around and attacked with their swords. The metal force field was released, only covering the front without affecting Su-Yueshi. The 5 elements sharp metal sword slashed out, then immediately switched to the water force field. The imperishable sword performed the 5 elements flowing water sword, alternating with each other again and again. Su-Yueshi also released the dark force field, performing an ordinary secret art. The black sword broke through the void like a bolt of lightning, carrying a horrifying evil aura. The two attacked with powerful secret arts that didn't require any accumulation of power, intending to interrupt the enemy's strange chanting. Chu-Mu attacked with 5 different colored sword light. The power of the sword light was extremely terrifying. Suddenly, a few black demon clansmen gave up their chanting and attacked, resisting Chu-Mu and Su-Yueshi's secret arts. A horrifying power burst out, and those black demon clansmen were immediately pushed back. Their blood and chi were shaken and they were injured. However, the black demon clansmen's physique was extremely terrifying. They were not inferior to body refiners at all. Under the shock, they were only injured but not killed. At this time, those black demon clansmen had finished their chanting. Under the strange tone, countless chaotic dark aura surged out and surrounded Chu-Mu and Su-Yueshi. The two's vision turned dark and everything disappeared. They couldn't see, hear, and even feel. Their 5 senses seemed to have been deprived. Chu-Mu pushed seeing, listening, and touching to the extreme, but it only had a weak effect. He could vaguely see a blurry figure, hear a weak voice, and feel a weak wave. Su-Yueshi was even worse off. Although she was proficient in the law of darkness, the means of more than a dozen high-level black demons had obviously exceeded the limit of her law of darkness. Her 5 senses were severely affected, and she could only vaguely sense Chu-Mu behind her. Su-Yueshi. Chu-Mu called out softly. "I'm here," Su-Yueshi said softly. "Can you feel it?" Chu-Mu asked. "No." Su-Yueshi's answer was simple and direct. "Be careful," Chu-Mu said. "Be careful," Su-Yueshi said. Vaguely, Chu-Mu felt something approaching. He slashed out with the heaven-slashing sword, and the silver sword light was swallowed up by the darkness. Chu-Mu felt his sword tremble as it collided with something hard. Su-Yueshi was also attacked, and she dealt with it with her own ability. More than a dozen high-level black demons tried to capture Chu-Mu and Su-Yueshi alive, but they did not use their full strength. They only wanted to injure them and capture them alive. Chu-Mu and Su-Yueshi tried their best to defend. Under such circumstances, it was obviously advantageous for the black demons and unfavorable for the two of them. After many attacks, Chu-Mu heard Su-Yueshi's muffled groan. She was obviously injured. But under such circumstances, Chu-Mu could only defend with all his strength and release the sword realm. He could not take care of Su-Yueshi at all. Several attacks came at once. Chu-Mu barely blocked a few, but he missed one and was punched in the shoulder. A sharp pain made his body shake. He felt suppressed and almost deprived. Even his senses were greatly affected. On the other hand, the black demons were not affected at all. If their goal was not to capture Chu-Mu and Su-Yueshi alive, Chu-Mu and Su-Yueshi would have been seriously injured or even killed. A sense of powerlessness lingered in the hearts of the two. This feeling was even worse than facing a saint-level expert directly. Facing a saint-level expert, they could at least use their full strength. Even if they could not win, they could still fight. But under such circumstances, their strength could not be used effectively. They were very depressed and could not see any hope at all. A violent aura surged, which surprised Chumu because it was Su Yueshi's aura. Chumu was very close to her, and he could feel it clearly because their backs were touching. "Su Yueshi, what are you doing?" Chumu shouted. He could not help but recall the last battle between him and Su Yueshi during the Supreme Seat Challenge. She would rather die than live in dishonor. Could it be that this time, in order to not be captured alive? Su Yueshi did not answer, but her aura surged. There was a kind of determination. "Su Yueshi, don't give up." Chumu's voice was full of power. If Su Yueshi did this before, he would most likely not care. But after a few months of getting along, the two were familiar with each other and could be considered friends. At least Chumu thought so. Trust me. Not knowing whether to continue or to believe in Chumu, Su Yueshi's aura gradually weakened. Just as Chumu was speaking, the two were attacked several times and were both injured. Stupid human, the human race is the best plaything. While the dozens of high-level black demons attacked, they spoke from time to time to disturb the minds of the two. Their strange tone was erratic and unpredictable. The huge pressure constantly attacked the two. If it were other people, they would have already collapsed under this situation. Su Yueshi's decision was not because she had collapsed, but because she felt that she could not hold on anymore. She also did not want to drag Chumu down, so she planned to die together with him. Previously, Du Qian of the Wind Whisper Tower had said that if a human woman was captured alive by the Black Demon clan, her fate would be extremely miserable. She would be defiled and killed. For a human woman, this was 100 times more terrible than death. No normal human woman would be able to accept it. The huge pressure made Chumu almost suffocate. The pressure of the dozens of high-level Black Demon clans' tyrannical power, the pressure of survival, and the pressure of stopping Su Yueshi from dying together with him. The greater the pressure, the calmer Chumu became. His whole person, under the huge pressure, began to enter an inexplicable state. The sword in the heart, a brilliant state of swordsmanship, once again played a magical role. Chumu's thinking, essence, chi, spirit, and consciousness were all improved. The 5 states of swordsmanship, sword observation, sword vision, sword hearing, and sword touch, had already reached the highest level of perfection and could be used together. In addition, under the situation where his 5 senses were almost deprived and his senses were greatly suppressed, under the huge pressure, Chumu vaguely had a strange feeling. It was as if the 4 states were about to merge and make a new breakthrough. Following his heart, the aura of his whole person was also undergoing subtle changes. The sound of Su Yueshi being injured again seemed to be far away. The attacks seemed to be fleeting and illusory. Even if the body was hit, the pain seemed to be weakened a lot and was not so real. There was a feeling of his soul being out of his body. The world seemed to have changed. Speaking of the 5 states of swordsmanship, Chumu had already reached the peak of the first 4 states. However, he could not break through the 5th state. He had never heard of anyone breaking through the 5th state. There was no way, and he did not know what to do. The breakthrough of swordsmanship, the enlightenment of his own. Now that he was in such a special situation, the huge pressure made Chumu calmer. All the power on the spiritual level was highly unified in the spiritual world. The sword intent controlled everything and was detached from the body. It was as if his soul was out of his body. Under this strange feeling, Chumu's eyes became dim as if they had lost their function. His ears could not hear any sound and he could not feel any aura flowing through his pores. However, the dozens of high-level black demons and high-level black demonic beasts were clearly perceived by Chumu. The 5th state of swordsmanship, sword intent, the highest and most mysterious level of the 5 states of swordsmanship. It was a level that no one had reached since the birth of swordsmanship. Finally, Chumu comprehended it and reached it. The feeling of comprehending the sword intent was very wonderful. It was also wonderful to be in this state. He could not see, hear, or touch anything. However, everything existed under his unique perception. There was no place to hide. The dozens of high-level black demons were there. Their every move was completely under Chu Mu's control. Su Yueshi, protect yourself. I'm going to make a move. Chu Mu said. His voice became ethereal like the whisper of a god. As his voice fell, Chu Mu moved. He was no longer passive like before. Instead, he took the initiative to attack, which made the high-level black demon stunned. At the moment when they were stunned, a dark sword light with traces of silver light appeared in front of a high-level black demon. It was unable to dodge, and the sword pierced through its head. Kill. Under the effects of the sword intent, Chu Mu's combat strength was unprecedentedly strong. He wandered in the darkness and killed one person with his sword. The high-level black demons and high-level black demonic beasts could not withstand his sword. In this state, Chu Mu could clearly feel every move of the black demons and black demonic beasts. When they made the intention to attack, Chu Mu could clearly feel the opponent's attack trajectory and calmly dodge. Then he could also feel the opponent's dodge trajectory and easily hit the opponent. Under the coverage of the sword domain, the strength and speed of the black demons and black demonic beasts were affected. Even the high-level rank 7 black demons died under Chu Mu's sword. Kill, 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 kill. Chu Mu was very happy. On the other hand, the black demons were miserable. One by one, they were killed by Chu Mu's sword. When the last black demon was killed by Chu Mu, the darkness that covered the surroundings quickly dissipated. Chu Mu and Su Yueshi's vision returned to normal. Chu Mu also came out of the sword in tense state. He only felt pain all over his body. Looking at Su Yueshi, she also looked a little embarrassed. Her clothes were torn and there were many wounds.